All right, everybody, 9:06, we're calling the meeting to order. Can I get Supervisor Kosmicki to do the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can I get an acknowledgement certificate of posting?
So moved.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
5-0. That Supervisor Dirks?
Yes.
Okay, just
I
making
did.
sure.
Yeah.
Wasn't sure if I heard. On to the consent agenda. We have one item on the consent, just some housekeeping. Can I get a motion to approve?
Public comment.
Public comment. Madam Clerk?
If anyone in chambers would like to make a comment, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Can I get a motion?
Mr. Chair, I have a quick question.
Sure.
Let's see. My question is that, and I'm totally for this, but, and this came up at the Behavioral Health Board meeting, but there's also within the background information about other things like trips to the Pinnacles, the decor, issue came up about being able to have a tree or something. There's nothing in regards to there's up to $20,000 for the specific two items. What about the other stuff?
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to comment, the timing was not, we didn't have enough timing. So we are going to come back to your board and revamp our purchasing policies. Okay. We have been working on it lightly, and I know our management analysts are working on it, and we'll come back to your board at a later date to forklift that.
All right.
Yeah.
That's what I know.
Yeah, I was going to make my own comment, so if I can first get a motion.
Well, before we do that, can we kind of talk about it?
Yeah, so after the second motion, it'll be open to the Board of Supervisors to comment. So
I'll move to approve.
I'll second that.
any further
Yes.
discussion?
I was just wondering if maybe you can explain and kind of describe what the program is. I have seen it on Facebook and advertising, and it's an awesome event. I look forward to attending. But if you can just share for the public, those that are listening. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I can share a little bit about the events. The reason why we brought this forward is because we've had some challenges with it as a matter of policy, with the county policy spending some of our funds for both mental health and substance abuse through MHSA funding and our substance abuse block grant, which has a section for prevention for substance abuse block grant. There's a section for prevention, and we must spend about 20% of our total award in that grant on prevention events or initiatives. So one of our initiatives is a fentanyl awareness event, and that was brought on just because we've been having a uptick in fentanyl overdoses, and so we want to make the community aware about treatment options if there's a substance use treatment, but also any prevention types of activities that could be utilized in the community, and it's mostly providing alternatives for youth. So we're going to have a lot of tables of vendors or organizations that provide alternative activities for youth to be able to participate in the community. And also treatment tables or tables with treatment providers so that the community is aware of the services that they're offered through the community and through behavioral health. That's the fentanyl awareness event. It's going to be more like a festival. There's going to be entertainment. We're going to have food, giveaways, things like that. The Pride event is to showcase a Pride event for the LGBTQ plus community, and it's being hosted by the San Benito Plus group, which is our LGBTQ group, through behavioral health, and it's funded through Mental Health Services Act funding. Same thing, it's going to be next to the Esperanza Center, I believe it's 6th Street, and it's going to also have food, entertainment, and giveaways. Does that help answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
You're welcome. It was more for informational purposes. Thank you.
Yeah, please come.
Any other comment? So I just make my own final comments. Yeah, when it comes to this item, it came down last second. To me, as a matter of procedure, I struggle with supporting something when I haven't really had the time to delve into it. So I will be voting no, but just the same, yeah, I support the intent. So all those in favor?
Aye.
No. That'll be a 4-1.
Thank you.
On to the next regular agenda item. This is for workshop and effective governance. I know this has been talked a lot as a board, and I know the will of the board has been to do a culture study. I think this is the first step, which is, I think it's going to be an awesome meeting. It'll really teach us a lot about effective governance. But with that said, I'd like to hand it over to my CAO to give a little bit of background information on it.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Board, and thank you, the public, for joining us today. We were able to hire BK Consultants with Babs Cavanaugh and Davies Campbell. Your board at some time back had asked to look at governance, cultural, studies, looking at what we can do to better ourselves. And I think in general, that's the point. And one of the things that we were looking at and what staff has worked on over the last few years is really to educate the board. We have a brand new board. We've had some special meetings on the weekends, going over Brown Act and policies and many things. But this is just an additional item that we have, and we're fortunate to have Babs Cavanaugh and Davies with us today. They come with many years of experience in governance and really helping us to create a governance manual. And from a leadership perspective, I think this is a really great thing. So let me just open up by saying Babs comes with over, I think, 30 years of experience in effective governance trainings, facilitation of meetings, organizational development, strategic planning, and so forth. So it's amazing to have her, as well as Davies Campbell. He retired as an executive director of the California School Board Association in 2001, and also currently serves as a trustee on this Stewart Foundation of Board of Trustees, foundation serving states of California and Washington, and was a founding board member of the statewide cities, counties, schools partnerships, working with the League of Cities, and also CSAC as well. He's presented at these areas, these associations, and he just comes with a wealth of experience as well. So one of the things that I thought it was very important and something I wanted to highlight is both Campbell is the author of Michael Fulham, a world-renowned expert in systems development of the governance core, a Corn Publishers bestseller on effective governance in education, and Babs Cavanaugh he and Babs Cavanaugh are co-authors with the recently released Taking Action Guide for Governance Core. So they have a wealth of experience, and I think it'll be an enjoyable day today. What we're going to do is we're going to pass it off to Babs, but I just wanted to first highlight our snacks, so please enjoy them. We will have, a public comment in the very beginning, and then a public comment at the very end as the plan for getting public comment. And then breaks, I think you have in there. You going to share that? Are you going to highlight the schedule for us?
I'm happy to do that, Ray.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll let Babs highlight the schedule, but we do have some breaks in between. I know that's been something we wanted to do. So with that, I'll pass it to Babs.
All right. Thank you very much, Ray. And I understand we've had the public comment. Do we need one more public comment, or we're good? We're good.
So yes, can I get any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on the screen. No comments.
Hand it back to you.
Thank you, Peter. So my first question before we even launch into this is everybody comfortable with us using first names?
Yes.
I am.
Okay, good, good. You know, our intention, and as Ray highlighted, I had the honor many years ago of being hired by California school boards as a governance trainer to work around the state. And our intention today is to be able to have an opportunity to have a lot of interactive exercises that are related to effective governance practices. We'll be coming again on June 21st. So today we'll be capturing a lot of insights from you all, reflections on how you feel you're working effectively and where you can improve based on a model that we're going to describe and share with you. We'll come back with notes from that and the beginning of developing a governance handbook. I know the material, the advanced material we sent out included something about developing a governance handbook. What we've found in the years that we've worked together with school boards and also with county boards is that it's an opportunity to really document your agreements. The governance handbook then stands as something that is both useful for you as a checkpoint, but also something you can use when you orient new supervisors to your team. So really look forward to today. As you can see, we created a discussion guide, and the discussion guide has approximate times. So it's sort of where we'll be moving in terms of the exercises that we'll use in the description. We'll begin, and I'm going to turn it over to Davis, with a PowerPoint to really talk about effective governance and sort of the structure that we'll be working from. So looking forward to working with you. I had a chance, I know, to talk with each of you and to get a little sense about who you are and to share with you the workshop, and really looking forward to both today and on the 21st. So with that, Davis, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you. I just wanted to make some introductory remarks as well. This is very much an informal discussion because if we don't engage together, it's, as you know, it's just simply not going to work. I'm pretty blunt, and even in Brown Act meetings, I'm blunt, so the attorney can relax, hopefully, or he can. But because I've learned that authentic and direct discussions are really what makes a difference. So there will be plenty of opportunity for interaction. I will be providing, as Babs mentioned, I'll be providing in the first, say, 45 minutes or so, I'll be laying out a framework for what we are involved in terms of a governance system. And so I'll be hitting very hard on some major points. I hope they resonate with you. But then we're going to have plenty of time, as I mentioned, for interaction and discussion about that as we lay a foundation. I'm going to, one last thing, I appreciated the introduction. I should mention, in addition, that to my governance work, which is unfortunately lasting now almost 40 years. I say unfortunately because you know what that means. But I was also developed the Governance Academy for the California Special Districts Association. So my experience is not just with schools and with cities and counties, but also quite extensively with special districts, which I know are one of the favorite things for many counties. But so I'll turn it back to Babs and we'll get started.
Great, thanks. So one of the things we're going to do is that I have a series of questions that I'm going to ask you and get your input from them, and they're listed in the discussion guide. And I know we also have copies of any of the materials are at the front there as well. I'm going to capture the first one on my computer, and the rest I'm going to chart. And they're really about hearing from you, from each of you, about why you decided to run for public office, and Ray, again, why you're working in this county. And then I'll start charting things about, let's talk about what makes your county really unique. And I'd love to hear from each of you. And I'll start with different ones of you so that we can again rotate. Combined strengths of this board and where you really see improvement, where you want to see improvement. So that's what we're going to talk about. So Colin, I'm looking right at you, so I'm going to start with, why did you run for public office?
Thank you. Yeah, so I ran for public office like a lot of people because first off, I love this community. I know everybody on this board does, and I think that really has to be the first motivation for anybody that runs for public office, because it really is, everybody knows it's a sacrifice, and you're putting yourself out there in all these ways that we know. But also beyond that, just I felt like I had the right, I had the right mentality and baseline of knowledge about the community, and just from my experience in the community prior, and also just felt like I had the right mentality as far as pushing things forward. That sometimes sometimes leaders get into these seats and don't necessarily take risks at certain points and those sorts of things, and I felt like I was willing to be bold basically as a leader. So thank you.
Thank you, Colin. Betsy, I'm going to go to you next.
Thank you. So the reason why I ran a couple of years ago and then continued with the appointment, and then I'm running again right now, is because just like Colin, I really do love this county. I love where I think we could potentially be and go, and I wanted to be a part of that process. I felt like we needed to look long term and not just short term about what helps us right now, but where we can go in the future as well. And I too felt like I had leadership ability and quality to bring people together. My main mission was, is to try to get as many people involved in the process as possible, and not just to have like the five of us sitting up here. And I think almost everyone would probably agree with that, if not all of us, that we really do look to our community to try to involve everyone. And so those are some of the key pieces about why I wanted to run. And I have two children that I want to make sure that this county moves in a direction so that, when they go away to school or whatever they choose to do in the future, that they have the opportunity to come back to this county and afford to live here, and perhaps have an opportunity to work here too. So, yeah.
Thank you, Betsy.
You're welcome.
Sophie, I'm going to come to you, and Ray, I'm going to come to you last. E.
Well, I ran for office. I challenged a 16-year incumbent. I was born and raised here in the community. I come from a family of 10. There were 12 in the family. And so we've seen what has happened and transpired in the community for decades. And I ran because I wanted to challenge the status quo. There's a system of the good old boy network, and I don't represent that population, and I represent the population of those that are on social services, those that are on unemployment, those that don't have a home of their own, more the indigent population, and that's where I'm coming from. So whenever I make any kind of decisions from the board level, I come with that mindset. How can we as a community extend services to that population, because they have been silenced for so long? And so that's why I ran, hoping to make a change. We need to address the needs of the affordable homes here in the community. It's desperately needed, and so that's where my heart is.
Great. Thank you very much. Bob.
Some might consider me to be one of the good old boys. But, really, I never planned to run. I ended up running. Maybe it was in a weak moment when my arm got twisted. I was filling out a term of someone that resigned because of dealing with COVID. But, seriously, the reason why I did decide to go forward and run, like everyone up here, I do love this county. Pretty much have been here my whole life. I grew up here, and after leaving for 15 years or so, came back and ran a long-time business in our community for many years. And, I've always been very, very involved in the community, very active on boards, whether it be community foundation or a school board, or in my later years, very active, involved in the local business council. So it was kind of a natural for me to look to step, onto the board. I feel that I brought a lot of experience, just not necessarily in an elected position, but in terms of just, knowing how to act and be collaborative and level-headed and and professional, and I thought I could bring that, to the board. And frankly, again, I've been here my whole life, and I think San Diego County's got a lot going for it, but I think it could do so much more. And I think it's been frustrating to me and many of us who've been here for all of our lives that we aren't able to provide better services for our people, for the residents. And I think, like I said, we could do much, much more. And we're now at a point in time when San Diego County is much more on the map. And I think there is an opportunity, if we make the right decisions and the community makes the right decisions, to move forward in a very positive way. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much, Bob. And Peter?
I love my community. I would say that's probably should be your first passion while you serve. To me, service is an honor. It's a place of representation. I love representation, the intent of it, right? The will of the majority to be spoken, and ultimately that community to be representative of that will. I think in politics today or in office, there's a lot of negative, there's a lot of reasons to complain, and I'm just not that guy that believes complaining does anything besides it sets you back, right? You put too much energy and time into things that aren't going to advance the goal. So for me, I'm goal oriented. So I love the idea that we can set a goal and then try to achieve that goal. And I think that's what the community really wants, is just representatives that are going to achieve goals that are going to obviously be in the interest of the community, which requires you to be okay with not getting your way, which means you have to be okay with the respecting the will of the majority and to have an intent to work together, even apart from the differences that you have.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Ray, I'm going to end with you. What brought you here?
It's a little different, not elected.
Yes.
Appointed. But I would say when I first started at the county, there was no network. I worked in the IT department. I got hired on in the IT department. No central email system. There open IP addresses, multiple DHCP addresses, servers on the same wire. A lot of technical mumble jumble, but there was a lot of issues. And when I started in the late, it was going on a couple decades ago, around there, decade and a half ago. I was kind of stepped back and said, okay, wait a minute. I looked at that. Established in 1874, we're next to Silicon Valley, and we don't really even have a network. There's a lot of work here. And I took on the challenge. I think the systems are so important today in today's world. From an efficiency perspective, I think a cost perspective, looking really at saving money really to the taxpayer by doing things right from a system perspective. It's really important. So I took on that challenge. I wasn't fully aware of the challenge. I knew there was a lot of work, but when I started, then I realized, wow, this is going to be some long nights. And there was 4 or 5 years of long nights, long days. And then I had the fortunate, ability to come into administration office. I was asked to help out. And really, I had a different mindset with that. I think what I saw in the system perspective and the department level, there was a lot of work, and I wanted to make a difference. It was a big challenge, a lot of personal things I had to do to take on this seat. There was a lot of work, but ultimately it was really looking at it from providing services to the community, that bettering how we actually start, how we actually work with the community from a planning perspective, a public works perspective, providing better services even in administration. The systems we had, when I first started here, we had about 2,000 or 3,000 pages. The clerk would print everything out and everybody had all the paperwork by hand. There were so many things that we were kind of behind the times on, and I think it was, we needed to be more efficient, more transparent to the public, and those are some of the goals that I had and were, I think was important to me, and why I took on this role.
Thank you. My goodness, a lot of commonality here. Serving your communities. Thank you so much for doing that. So this question I'm going to ask is, what makes your county unique? So who's going to start? Who wants to start on this one? One thing that really makes your county unique.
It's a beautiful region.
Okay,
It's
B, you're
beautiful.
starting. Beautiful region. So what you did was begin, and I'm going to swing around, and if there's anything that's missing when we've gone through this, then I'll come back again, okay? So, Bob, I'm going to you next.
Yeah, and I would say that it's it's still a relatively small community, and yet where we are situated geographically, I think we're somewhat uniquely situated in terms of how we can, grow. And when I say grow, I don't mean residential. I just mean grow in a positive way. In that we're very close to Silicon Valley. We're very close to much more populated areas, and yet we're kind of set apart a bit. And, that means that there's a uniqueness to this community and geographically and the beauty of it, et cetera, and yet very close to where a lot of things are happening.
So, unique situation, I think that's really well stated.
Absolutely, and
Thank
an
you.
opportunity.
And opportunity. Great. Peter.
It's funny because I've always thought that what makes us valuable is very much like diametrically opposed to Santa Clara County, which is very urban, very tech. There's a lot of money within that region, obviously, but there's a value that they carry, which is obviously their tech and their industries. That in a rural and agricultural community, we have, I think, a very rich, nutrient-dense soil that makes us, I would say, the envy of the world, right? We produce crops that feed the world, so I don't think we put, so to your point, I think what makes us unique is that I don't think we even see the value enough in our community to preserve what we have, which is obviously, not so much urbanization as it is just preserving the heritage that we carry, Seminole County.
That's wonderful. So it's the richness of the land is what I'm hearing you say.
And it makes us unique as far as value, but it's hard to put in a dollar figure to it because it's something that, unless you're a developer, right? But just the same, I think there's a will in this community that is that desires to preserve it rather than urbanize it.
Colin.
Thank you. So first thing that comes to mind for me is just the makeup of the people here, and we live in a place where in general the people of our community really still strive to have a home that's has that small town feel to it, has the rural nature to it, and people that still want to say hi to you when you see them out there on at the stores or whatnot. I just feel like you don't get that in a lot of other places. And then beyond that, I would say a couple segments of the community. One, not just the rural, physically the land, but the rural culture comes to mind. We have a very proud rural culture here, and I would also say we have a very proud Latino culture, and those really stand out to me as far as just within the makeup of the people here.
Okay.
We also have commuters that travel to San Jose, but I think they also fit into that first category. They live here because they want to be in a place that's something a little different than where they go to work. Thank you.
Thank you. We followed many of them in last night. All right, Betsy.
So this is the hard part about going, I guess next to last. Everyone's taken all of it. But if I could sum up, because all of those things were the same things that came to my mind as well. My district is pretty rural, a lot of agriculture, and all of these things. And I think, just to kind of help illustrate it even more, I mean, Colin was talking about the people that we have here and the commuters, and sometimes you're late because you're behind a tractor, and that's okay. And you might be going to your high-tech job, but this is part of your daily experience as well, living in this county. But I really think the crucial piece of this, and kind of piggybacking off of what Bob said, is that we're in a moment of opportunity. And I can really see and visualize and look at what's happening within our economic community about how we can marry those two ideas of rural and tech, and really provide opportunity for people in this county while preserving all of these things that make us who we are. And I just really see that there is a huge piece of that. And then, technically speaking, I'll just throw it out there, we have a national park. And I do think that helps make this county a little bit more unique as well. We have the pinnacles.
Last but not least. Okay, yeah, so again, I comment, basically, I second everyone's thoughts. One of the things I was thinking about, though, was the health in our community. Back in 2010, our county, California State Report stated that our county was the second with regards to the healthiest in the state of California. And I looked up the report just to kind of get an idea where we're at today. We're ranked 18th today, but I was kind of curious, like, why? And they did a lot of analysis, but one of the things is the traffic. They take into consideration commute traffic, and I think those things have kind of, brought our number down because of 25 and 156. But I think in general, the root piece of that, I think why people move here is because of the environment itself that was just explained, and raising kids and having a family in a healthy environment.
Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you. Did we miss anything?
I wanted to add, because Supervisor Dirks reminded me, Pinnacles National Park is not just a huge element because it's a national park, but it's actually pretty new to our county as far as being titled a national park. I think it was under the Obama administration when it was created, as it basically made to be a national park. But there's a very, we're pretty close to the coast. By default, that means there's a huge tourism element within the coastal region. There's something called tourism burnout from the Monterey County side because they have so much influx of folks from all over the world at times. And we're so closely located to them with our own national park. And with now, I think, just even listening to the will of the board, a stronger focus on recreational opportunities, outdoor, even public-private ventures with the parks element, right, with leagues. Bottom line is I feel like there's a huge opportunity in our county with tourism as a sustainable element for our funding, which is a long-term strategy, but still that makes us very unique, right? Who else is close enough to these regions that they can capitalize off this opportunity besides us? And there's no one.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was gonna, I don't know if we are unique in this area, but just to kind of pick up on what a few others have already said, but I just want to put emphasis on this. I think our community we're struggling to find the right balance. There are certainly many people in this community that are very frustrated, downright angry about what they see as too much growth, particularly, residential growth. And a lot of that's coming from the people that have to commute every day, which is over half our population, and they're stuck in traffic, so it's understandable. And yet, the other side is that, as I said earlier with my comments, there's a great need for better services, whether it be dealing with the roads or the homeless issue or affordable housing or what have you. And the only way forward in that area is that we do see some growth, at least economic growth, business growth. So there's this push and pull. It's been around for years, but I think it's more heightened now because of 25 and the commuters. I don't know if everyone would agree with me, but it's ironic that I think a lot of the newcomers to the community, when I say newcomers in the last 10 years plus, have moved down from Silicon Valley. And now that they're here, they want to close the gate behind them. And they don't want to see, this beautiful community become like where they left, and I totally understand that.
So, Bob, I'm thinking if it's okay with you, I'm going to hold you on that just because I think when you talk about unique, if we were doing a sort of a SWOT analysis, we would also offer that other side, which is, what's really strong about you and where are the challenges. But I'm going to sort of have you hold that a bit,
fine.
because I think it's really important to highlight that. But right now I want to stay on unique, and then I'm going to move you to sort of how you operate as a governance team.
Got
If
it.
that's okay with you.
Sure.
But I
Absolutely.
think what he was getting at, the uniqueness of the community, is we have two different factions of the population, and that's where we're at odds, and we're struggling in terms of making all of the voters and the residents happy.
Absolutely, B.
Yeah,
And I agree,
right.
and I think that is the highlight,
Thank you,
which
B.
is that there's an inherent tension in all that you're offering, and also identifying where are the strengths and the uniqueness. Okay. So next page here is, what are the strengths of this? Look at this event once. Okay. So what are the strengths? And I heard from Betsy that she got left at last. So I'm going to start with you. And again, this is one of those, give us one strength, right? And I'm going to include Ray in this discussion as well, because this is kind of the strengths of the governance body, the governance team, and in the model that we'll talk about, even though, again, he has 5 bosses, you have 1 employee, I'm going to include him in this discussion about saying, okay, what are the strengths of this body? So you get 1, Betsy.
So the strength
Of the board. Yeah.
I think that despite differences, we can communicate, and sometimes there are challenges with that. But at the end of the day, I do think that we still all have the ability to communicate.
I wish I could almost do it while you're talking. But anyway, thank you. Good. So.
You may be wondering why I'm not recording, and Bev is having to do this while she's facilitating it. It's because if I recorded, you would not be able to read even one thing on it. That's public school credit.
Not your strength, huh?
Definitely. Okay, so Ray.
I would say that the board has the best interest of the community. I really think I feel strongly about that, and really when it boils down to it is it's safety, a healthy environment for the community. I really feel that the entire board, that's their strength. That's my view of it.
Thank you. Hey, B, I'm coming to you.
I would say we're all passionate about what we believe and what we feel.
Bob.
I would say basically diversity. I think that, I mean, we have not just two women, soon to be a lot more than two, I believe, and two Latinos, which certainly reflects our community, but also really, as B touched on earlier, and I kind of joked about slightly, but many of us come from very different backgrounds and walks of life, and which obviously informs how we feel about issues. So I think the diversity that all of us bring to the board helps us make better decisions.
Peter.
I would agree with Bob. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking is our diversity. It's funny because, yeah, we've had our impassioned disagreements, but I don't see that as a weakness. I actually see that as a strength, In the famous words of Cuba Gooding Jr., he says, "You think we're fighting, I think we're finally talking." There's just this intent to be transparent and hash out your differences, but just the same with kind of this intent really to be earnest to each other and know where each other is at. And that doesn't happen when you just play, you're just facial, right? There's got to be a transparency element to your dialogue.
Yep. Thank you. Colin.
Yeah. To me, the word that comes to mind is I think collectively we're all very ambitious, more so I would say than some prior boards. We all are here and have shown that we really want to get things done and that we're willing to do what's necessary and enact change when it's needed in ways that sometimes might be unsettling to the status quo. But yeah, just very ambitious minded.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Did we miss anything? Okay, Bob.
Well, I'll just piggyback on what Colin just said. I think that ambitious has reflected in the fact that as a board, even though we're a young board, we have, I think we've moved forward on some difficult issues that prior boards have not been able to make decisions on. And so we've made some tough decisions, whether it be dealing with COVID or what have you, but, we haven't shied away from making decisions in some difficult areas.
I want to add one thing real quickly, too. So I do think, and it goes off of the ambitious piece that Colin was saying as well, is I think our main goals for the community are aligned. And I think that added to what Bob was saying, too. Like, we're all very, and we're willing to tackle the issue of the roads and make decisions that help with that and affordable housing. And so I think all of that together, it helps us be effective too. But our goals, no matter where we're coming from, that diversity piece and the passionate piece that B was talking about, we are all we have the same goals in mind. And so I think that makes us more effective.
Good work. Okay, so the last question I have for you all is, where could you get better? Who's going to start for me?
I'll start. Process, I think, just the consistency about how we work together and have the same set of rules to make sure that we all understand how to engage this process.
Okay, Peter, I think I'm going to go to Bob. I'm going to swing that way.
Okay. Yeah, I think I would say that I think we could better define our role as a board and how we should be, maybe, and I know we're going to get into this a lot, but better set policy and direction as opposed to maybe getting into the weeds a little bit too much, and so how we as a board, what our role is, and how we interact with not just Ray, but other department heads and county staff.
Great. Thank you, Bob. B.
Going back to that passion, I would hope there'll be a level of respect that is there. This past year, a few board members don't quite realize there's no I in team, and I would really love for that mindset to really, for them to pull back a little bit and think, how can they be a team player and not so much I. It's not about me, it's about us and we, and how we can work collectively. You know, but again, each of us are passionate in what we believe, and there's a time and a place for it. But when we're up here collectively, we shouldn't be grandstanding or it's all about me. It's all about what we as a board can do collectively. And so that's my hope, that we can work on that significantly.
Thank you. Ray, I'm going to come to you.
Yeah.
You can pass.
Well, I think I'll pass now. No, I think so when I looked at this, and I obviously did a little homework, I have a lot of asterisks here. I just thought about governance in general, like what is governance, and kind of what is our role, and what's the board's role with regards to governance, and my role working with the board with regards to governance. And so I just kind of looked up the definition: decision-making, accountability, also a system in which an organization is controlled and operates, the mechanism in which its peoples and are held accountable to account, ethics, risk management, and a bunch of other things. So, I think for me, there's a lot there to digest, and I think there's a lot of things that we could improve in. But the one thing that, really pondering over it is awareness, is really having a more clear awareness. We have a new board. I think it's, educating. It's a lot of work. It takes time to be aware of what's happening in government. I think people from the outside don't fully understand. You've been doing this for 40 years. It takes time. You can't just get in there and, turn on the car and go full speed and work and, go on a Formula One race. You have to, there's a lot to it. So I think just awareness, myself being a part of this, not necessarily from the board side, but me working with the board, I think being more efficient at having awareness of governance and what governance is, and making sure the public knows that, the employees know that, and working with the board on that. That would be my thought with that.
Good. Thank you. Betsy.
Thank you. I think kind of what Ray was saying, I have a different perspective coming into this role, in that since I was appointed, I literally had, I think it was 8 days before my first board meeting after I got appointed. It really was like dropping me into the deep end of the pool and being like, go for it. So it's taken me a little bit of time to kind of orient myself to the idea that we're really here to make policy. And that's a big piece of what we're doing. And I feel like what Bob was saying, we do get stuck in the weeds a lot with things. So I'd really like to see, and it's easier for us to do because we don't have staff. Like I have colleagues in other counties that, San Diego County, of course, it's a lot bigger than we are, but she has 13 people on her staff. We have like none. And even Madera County, they have staffers that help with some of those things. I think that would help keep us out of the weeds a little bit. So what I would like to see is ways that we can empower Ray more, empower our department heads more, and a process of making sure that we really are focusing on policy and that we're allowing those top leaders in our county to be leaders in their own right and to handle some of those things, which they're doing. But also, too, I think making sure our constituents realize and know, too, that we want to be there for them. We want to help them with things. But if we can establish some procedures that would allow, for some of that. So I'm going to use potholes for an example. The amount of phone calls I get, Bob gets, I'm sure all of us get, depending on the situation. But, it takes away time from maybe focusing on some other things. And then I'm calling Steve, and Steve and I are talking about potholes, and then, and there's a lot of like around and around we go, where it would be nice if we had a policy. If a constituent contacted us, we could say, hey, look, this is what we're doing. This is how all of us are handling this. Here's the link. This is how you can report it. This is how you can follow up on it. And then some of that too is just making sure we have enough county staff to help support all of that as well. But so that for me, I think is that empowerment piece, and finding ways with existing staff that we do have to make systems easier so that we are getting constituent concerns addressed quickly without, kind of getting stuck in the middle of it, and pulling our focus from the bigger things of actually getting the entire road repaved instead of just filling the pothole.
Okay. Thank you, Betsy. Colin.
Well, we talk too dang much, first of all. No, that's not you. It's all of us, myself included. Yeah, I mean, I think we have to focus our comments a little bit more when we speak, and to allow for more efficient meetings. But I think beyond that, I just think, and I think everybody's guilty of this. It's kind of a natural thing you fall into, but I think it's important to be conscious of just taking the personal side out of politics. I'm a firm believer that no two people should agree on anything. Even when you're in a marriage, you have disagreements. And so when you have 5 people up here, we're going to disagree all the time. And for me, it's something that I'm self-reflecting on and wanting to do moving forward, is just making sure that when I walk away from these meetings, that it's, politics isn't personal. We're going to disagree and just move on. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Peter.
So two things come to mind is patience and non-assumptiveness. Basically,
I got the patience. What was the second one?
basically not being assumptuous. It's very, very easy, right, when for different reasons, right? And I would say us as board members, we're not ill intent in trying to lead into, well, they must have tried to undermine me, or there was, some, like, at the end of the day, there's certain things that I've seen, I just know in my own, my wife's probably my best teacher on where my weaknesses are at, but ultimately, it's just learning to dialogue, ask questions, always look at the best, basically the best intentions of folks, and just the same, right, understand the process. So a lot of the times, if there was just a little bit of clarity, maybe on our behalf or even on the other person's behalf, we'd probably find ourselves saying, okay, that makes sense, and it's probably not as big of a deal as I made it out to be. But just the same, that represents, I think, a sense of prudence when it comes down to our decision making, right? Because then emotions, like Supervisor Kosmicki said, become part of that chemistry, which is not good, right? It doesn't advance the goals of what you're supposed to be doing. So basically, not leading your mind down a path of assuming versus, when I have questions, instead of letting my mind go there, I just pick up the phone, right? That communication element is really important.
Right. Good. Thank you. I feel, Davis, do you think we should just go home now? You've been so well-spoken in terms of really understanding, one, your community, from what I'm hearing, and then the dynamics here, and sort of where your strengths are and where you can improve. And so with that, I'm going to turn it back to Davis, because he's prepared something that I think will be really helpful and really highlight all the very things that you've been talking about good governance. So
thank you. So a couple of things. I'm going to be talking, sorry, Colin. I'm going to be I'm going to be talking a fair amount for a little while, because I'm going to be presenting the structural framework of effective governance. I have a couple of caveats. One thing is that, as the tone of the meeting has been, which is excellent, it's important that we start with a clean slate. This is not about looking back and saying, oh, you did this or you did that or whatever. In our discussion, we'd like to have you look forward and what does effective governance look like. And secondly, I hit issues pretty hard. And because I've learned over so many years that being candid and authentic is the only way to make this work. And so I don't want anyone to feel that my comments are a reflection on San Benito or something that's been going on and I'm trying to address it. Because what I'm going to be presenting is a governance system that is on its own a framework for effective governance, and that's what we're here about, is to talk about effective governance. So with that, I thought I would start. Oh, I need to, let's give this a shot. I don't like this view because it makes, it shows, I don't think I have this. Obviously, San Benito, this is something that you guys did because, I want to start by what our bias is. And these are actually quite important. Our vision is of a governance system, supervisors and CAO working together as a cohesive, unified team with a common vision shared by a moral imperative. Those are fundamental concepts to our whole discussion. And I want to emphasize this term, governance system. What we're going to be talking about is a comprehensive governance system with beginning, middle, and end. Pieces that, like any system, pieces that work together. This will become more obvious as we work through it. But often one of the problems in talking about governance is that folks come in and they pull a piece out and say, well, why can't we get along on this, or why can't we do that? And that's all they deal with. Well, they don't get to the root causes. They don't get to what's really going on. That's why the system is designed to basically deal with the real issues.
Thank you. Just so you know, in your packet, you have all the slides with potential to take notes if you want to.
And so even if you don't want to take notes, if some of you could just kind of write on stuff on there, because then it'll make me feel better. It'll feel like you're actually taking notes, so that works. So what do I mean by a governance system? This is the governance core. Don't get freaked out by this, but this actually is the governance system. And we're going to be talking about governance mindset. We're going to be talking about this issue of coherence and moral imperative. We're going to talk about roles and responsibilities. And we are going to be talking about a board infrastructure. Each of these is extremely important. And I have to tell you, it's all based on, you've heard me talk about, and we've talked about 40 years and all this stuff, but actually this comes from the research and comes from our own practical experience with boards of every kind, whether it's nonprofit or whether Babs has quite a background in nonprofits, whether it's special districts, school districts, cities, counties, we've done it all. This system is the system that we're going to be talking about that works. And by the way, there will be plenty of opportunity for us to talk. We've got a number of specific opportunities. But first, it's the foundation. So I want to talk about 3 preconditions based on what I've learned and what we've learned over the years. I've seen highly effective boards, and I studied them. Why are they so darn effective, whether it's a school board or a city council? And I've unfortunately worked with dysfunctional boards that you want to cry when you go into the boardroom, really. I mean, the anger, the tension, the fact that the board is not able to work. I don't see any of that here, but the board is simply not functional in the sense they can't make quality decisions. There are always 3-2 decisions, and there was one local case, I won't give this example because it's too local, not in San Benito, but of where a family was on one side and another family was on the other side, and this was a school board. And the entire system would flip every time one family member went off and the other family. It was a McCoy, what was that? Hatfield and McCoy. So I've seen it all. So there are 3 fundamental preconditions to be effective. If this doesn't work, it's not going to happen, and we could go home because it's that serious. One is and this will be for the folks that are new, as well as the veteran board members. One is there is a fundamental transition that has to happen from candidate mindset to a governance mindset. This is really important, and it happens, some boards, it never happens with some members. They're always a candidate. They're always a candidate, and they never actually govern because all they're doing is being an advocate or candidate. The campaign is so fresh here and all over the state, in my county, and Yolo County as well. And we all know, I ran and for in two different elections. I was a appointed member of the Los Rios Community College Board, and I ran and I lost. And then a few years ago, I ran for a county board of education, and I won. Winning is better than losing. I just want to share that thought. But it was very traumatic, but I won, and I had to beat an incumbent. Now, one of the things about campaigning for the County Board of Education is the first thing I had to do when I was walking precincts is explain that there is a County Board of Education. And then once I explained that, I had to say, and I'm running for it, and then I had to say, vote for it. So that's not a problem you have because people know that there's a County Board of Education. But the mindset that I had as a candidate was very clear. I had one goal, to win. People who run for office without a focus on winning don't win, obviously, but that's what you do when you're a candidate, right? And that creates a mindset that the transition needs to happen from that mindset, which is an I mindset, it's about me winning, to a governance mindset, which is about San Benito County winning. Got that? I mean, that's a very important transition, where the issue is not whether I win or not, the issue is whether our county wins. And that's a mindset issue. And that is the governance mindset, because you are elected to govern the whole county. The second transition is from campaigning to governing. We're talking about an individual, but once you know what, a campaigning is also oriented towards things that you can control and have authority over as the candidate. When you're governing, only the board has power and control. You know, as an individual supervisor, you don't have any authority. The authority is with the board and only operating in a public meeting like this with a majority vote, so on and so on and so forth, that you've heard that always. But that's a huge transition because you're campaigning as an individual and you control your campaign, you get on the board, and the first thing you realize is that as an individual, you don't have the authority to fix the problems that you campaigned about. And that reality is something that the CAO needs to understand and the CEOs need to understand how big a difference that is. Because you're all strong individuals. You won your elections, you're strong individuals. So the way you get the problem solved, obviously, you've talked about it here, is for the board, which has all the authority that you need. Not you individually, but the board. And I'm going to talk about staff relations and stuff like that, but that gets to this issue that the authority is with the board, but your work table, your office, right, is this board. This is where your work is, right? You know all that. So that's the first, understanding that transition is really important. The second one is the CAO must be committed to effective governance and must be committed to the success of the board in carrying out its governance responsibilities. I say that because we don't talk about the executive's role that much when we talk about governance, but I have never seen a highly successful governance operation where the CAO, the CEO, the executive, isn't totally committed to supporting governance with the board. I'm not going to go into details about that, but it is absolutely a precondition. It's almost like you have to go, I swear I will. And there are very real things where that means. And of course, the third major precondition is that the Board of Supervisors must be committed to governing effectively and working as a unified collaborative team. Sounds logical and right, very hard. The board must, as a understanding that your own real options for success is when the board is successful, then you're understanding that the commitment is to creating a unified, coherent board. And the reason I said, if, for example, if we sense that this board does not have any interest actually in creating an effective governance team, or from this point, I'm sorry, I'm not really Italian, you know. I mean, from this point on, a lot of what we say is not going to happen because the board's not committed. So that's a precondition that the board is committed, and you are. I've heard that from each one of you already this morning, a real commitment to working together in a unified way. Now, let me talk for a minute about unified, because at this point, often some individuals, since you're all very strong, are saying, wait a minute, I'm not going to be unified over here with this person. I mean, I'll never be on the same page as this person. So let me explain that, what we mean by the difference between unified board and a uniform board. A uniform board is a group of people that are lockstep together. They must agree on everything. That's uniform, right? Everything is the same. That is not what we're talking about. When we talk about a unified board, we're talking about 5 or 7 or 9 individuals, each with their own beliefs and values and reasons why they got on the board and what they want to accomplish, coming together and unifying around a central purpose. And I'm going to talk more about that. But that's an important distinction. So I don't want anybody to be uncomfortable if we say, okay, it has to be unified. You all have to hold hands and sing Kumbaya around the fire. No, we don't have to do that. That's a very important concept. So I want to talk a minute about what we mean by effectiveness. And it's what we call the 4 C's. Governing with coherence around the strategic goals, governing in an environment of collaboration, governing with a commitment to the achievement of the strategic goals, and governing in a consistent manner and focused on strategic goals. A number of you mentioned consistency, you mentioned structure, and those are very real things. Those 4 characteristics are the characteristics that I see in every highly functioning board, no matter what the venue. They all have these they all have these characteristics. In fact, what I love is there's a statement by Mayo Clinic, one of the obviously great health organizations in this country, and they describe themselves, their board, as a team of cooperative individualism. I love that. Think that. Cooperative individualism. I think it captures what we're talking about. So what do we mean by governance mindset? There are 4 elements of the governance mindset, And it is actually a definition of governance. And for everybody that's involved in governance, they really need to understand these 4 principles. Well, it's really 2 and 2 others. And I'll walk through these very quickly. So generally, what do we mean by governance initially is it basically just means that for an individual supervisor, it means a deep understanding of what it means to govern. And once you get that sense, that mindset, and you'll see it in highly experienced individual board members who everybody says, boy, that person, I wish I had that person on the board. It's the kind of board member, and I'll tell you what's going on is that in the back of their minds, because it's a mindset issue, their understanding of governance and the role and all of that is like a computer running in the background. It's always there. So when an issue comes up, they take a governance perspective, and they understand what that means. So let me talk about it. There are 4: systems thinking, strategic focus, deep learning, and manner. So let's talk about system thinking. And this is actually this is the most important element. And it's very important. It's always understanding that governance is a systems job. So anybody running for office to be particularly on a governing board understands this is not a program job. I'm getting to lay a foundation here. This is a system job. The county is a very complex organization with a lot of moving parts. And what you know is that you have to govern the whole county. You just don't get to govern the part that you were really excited about when you came on the board. You have to govern all of it, which is some of it is stuff that you don't know about. Maybe you're an expert on asphalt, but my guessing that you probably aren't. And so understanding that, that's a systems perspective. Some people never really get it, that we're about systems, and they're so focused on why they ran, that's all they pay attention to, and then they don't govern the rest of the county. That's a serious governance problem. That's a starting point for when a board begins to go this way, begins to go down. It's one of the red flags. You're not governing the whole county, you're just governing a series of individual advocacy points.
Davis, can you give us an example of systems thinking?
Yeah, almost anything. When you make a decision, on development, what you will, as you're thinking systems, you will begin to think about what is the impact of that way over here, because this is a zero-sum game, right? If you're going to decide something over here on development, and you know from your budget work, it's got to have an impact somewhere. Because some staff are going to be transferred, some money's going to be transferred, because there is not I don't know of hardly any county that has a discretionary fund. And so that's system thinking. So you really do deal with it with your budgeting and stuff, but it's also true on programmatic. So you asked, like, what is the impact of our decision on let's just stay with development because you raised that, on development, a development issue on our strategic goals? Let's say it's about transportation. What is our decision on transportation? What's the impact of that on equity, which is one of our strategic goals? That's system thinking. You don't get caught up just on the value of it. You say, what's the impact on our strategic goals? Because it's a zero-sum game. I mean, our staff is not sitting around waiting to do a project. I mean, then you have to implement it and deal with it.
Yeah.
And that's a system.
Yeah. So, and I kind of had my idea of what you were getting at. I really like what you're sharing. you know, on a practical perspective, like as Board of Supervisors, at least for me, just one simple example would be just like Supervisor Dirks had mentioned, potholes, right? It's like,
Common
let's
district-oriented
fix the
thing.
pothole, but there's other layers, right? So it'd be easy for us to, and I'll just use myself as an example. I don't do this, but it doesn't matter. If I was to call, you know, our Public Works Director and say, hey, I need you to fix this pothole, and address, you know, I've been getting too many complaints and I keep getting on them, I might be actually that guy that's actually sidestepping my CAO, understanding the RMA process, the scheduling, the funding mechanism, right? There's all these layers that in reality, there's kind of a check and balance in the way that these things are managed. And to a certain extent, it probably sends a wrong message to my CAO and my RMA director that I don't trust them, instead of asking the question
Right.
and then using them as a resource to address the issue versus me trying to take it head on.
That's exactly right. And when you're thinking systems, you think about all that because it's a mindset. As you think about, gee, we should do this, you kind of go like, whoa, wait a minute. What are the implications? I better talk to the CAO. I can't just go down and this is a real problem with district-oriented issues because it's your issue, right, in your district, and you're getting beat up by your constituents, and they want to know what the heck you're doing. I would say, hell, but I can't do that because what the heck are you doing on this issue? And that's, we're going to talk about all of this as we go through this. There'll be plenty of times.
And in the converse, just really quick, going through the process, you might find that actually it does get resolved, or it's already being planned on being solved, and there's kind of this homeostasis that you're establishing with relationships of the departments.
And let me tell you, one of the, from an effectiveness point of view, these little snippets, these little anecdotes, these little issues that come up all the time, they begin to add up. And they begin to undermine the effectiveness because you have one person doing something over here, another person doing something over here, and then you've got the CAO trying to go like, whoa. And I'm going to talk about that specifically. But
Thank you.
that's a good point. I want to go to the second major definition of governance. And that is, it's a strategic job. This is probably the most important. It's a strategic job. And by that I mean, it's a little harder to get your head around the strategic nature of it, but it isn't an administrative or tactical job. And the reason I emphasize job is because it's important as a mindset issue that you know what the governance job is, right? The governance job is a strategic job, which means that you have to ask questions that's totally appropriate. What's the impact of this on our strategic goals? Let's stay at that strategic plan level because we're governing the entire county. And you care so much about this county. I mean, I loved what you were saying, and there's such a common theme there. And so it's a strategic job. The third thing is probably the most important thing. Huh? I know, I said it about the
They're
first
all
one.
important.
But this one is really important. That is that deep learning is about making sure that you have a deep understanding, or at least an appropriate level of understanding about the background and the issues about which you're going to be making decisions. That may sound like it's just automatic, that's what you would do. What it means you do your homework. It means that you're prepared so that when you ask questions, for example, they're not questions, the answers to which are in the background material to the agenda, so that you end up basically saying, I didn't read the background material of the agenda. This is a real problem in some areas, probably not here, but in some areas. So it's something that I hit really hard because one of the things that I again, have found with highly effective boards is those board members, those supervisors are really knowledgeable about the issues. They do not make decisions just randomly or just because of the appeal or whatever. They've done their thinking about it, and they know that they need to understand it. One of the things that I'll often say to CEOs is, don't count votes on an issue. Count understanding. It doesn't matter if you get a 5-0 vote and your board doesn't understand it, what they're voting on, because it's complex. And the worst thing you ever want, the thing you never want to hear is as a board member say, I didn't think that's what we voted for. When I voted, I didn't realize, that's not what I thought I voted for. That's a serious problem because, and so that gets to this issue of deep learning. Now, the most important thing, and by the way, we're going to talk about managing our manner, and we're going to spend a little time on this. That is not managing your manner, right?
Can you play that again?
Did everybody see that? I love it.
That was fast.
I'm sorry?
Oh. No, I didn't see it. I looked down at my notes, and then all of a sudden I saw the video moving.
I'm going to go back. Huh? Yeah, I'm go. Oh, please, not in front of the board.
He really did do that. Wow. Or
That's not what we mean by managing your manner.
that's counting votes right there.
So the fourth part of a governance mindset is that you always are aware of your manner with the public, your manner with your colleagues, and nothing will destroy coherence, believe it or not, agreement on issues than outbursts and problems that are creating problem in public and not respecting each other. So I want to share with you one of my favorite minds, and that is, and boy, this is so important. This is I can give you so many examples, but let me start by saying what constitutes what you receive, what constitutes what somebody hears or receives as a communication method. Body movements, face, arms, that's 38% of what, this is from a university, this is a widely used and widely respected form, a lot of work on communication. They said 38% of what we get as a message comes just from body. That 55% comes from voice tone. Well, let's play it out. So I come in here, or I come in here, and I go, good morning. Then I come in and I go, good morning. Same words, guys, right? That is totally different. I'm communicating in a totally different message. So if you're sitting like this, which I do a lot, if you're sitting like this, and you're at the dais or you're at the board table, and your face structure is one that looks very sort of off-putting and almost angry, just the way you think and the way you're looking. You're communicating. That audience is reading you. They're reading your behavior. They're reading your tone. And voice, the words are only 7%, according to this research, of what constitutes the message. And I would say that most boards who don't have a governance mindset and don't manage have problems with this. And I will tell you that it is, I've been in boards, in dysfunctional boards, big ones, LA Unified, San Diego, things like that, as well as small boards, where I realized the biggest problem on that board is that those trustees don't like each other. They have allowed it to get out of hand where that's actually getting in the way of them making good I had a case where one trustee said, I won't vote for adjournment if X trustee makes the motion.
Wow.
And you just can't allow that to happen. And if you have a governance mindset, remember that's what this is about, a governance mindset you manage. One of my strongest colleagues, a friend who was president of an association who went on to be Secretary of Education and Welfare for Pete Wilson, Governor Pete Wilson, incredibly bright person. She was actually board member in Garden Grove. 60,000, I guess, students in the district and stuff. She had one of the most difficult expressions on her face. Now, see, I'm talking about things you can't, short of plastic surgery, there's nothing you can do. I have the same problem. I will often, when I'm thinking about something, it's a little off-putting, and I know that. So what she did is she would go into the ladies' room before every board meeting, and she would adopt what she called her benign board look. And then she would this is the true story, she would memorize the muscles in her face because she knows the staff and people kept coming up to her, are you angry? Are you upset? No, I'm not upset. It's just the way. So my point is, that's managing your manner. I mean, it's a part of being a public servant. It has nothing to do, if you get mad and you're actually mad, you have every right to express that. But not if you're not mad, I mean, you don't want to have it come across wrong, and you don't want to alienate your colleagues simply by the way you refer to things at the board meeting. Because if you do that, we go back to square one. You're not really committed to having a unified, cohesive board. Hate to say it that way, but it's true. Kind of go back to square one because you're not. I mean, if you do that. And so one of the things that I used to say, I'm going to do coherence pretty quick. You're going to do coherence pretty quick. So one of the things that no, I'm just rethinking that. So that's the governance mindset. There are the four things. It's almost defined like someone says, "What's the job of governance? A systems job?" It's a and boy, talk about collective power. Systems job, governing the system. It's a strategic job. It just requires deep learning. Gotta pay your dues. You gotta do the work. And you gotta manage your public manner. I say public too. By the way, if you don't get this chart, you have never been married. I mean, I shared it with my wife, and she would sometimes, when I'd come home, she'd say, "Pie chart." You really suck. Pie chart. Particularly with thermostat issues. So that's governance mindset. And I see it, honestly, I see all four characteristics from all highly effective board members that I've worked with. They all do this intuitively. I mean, it's just the way they do it, or they study governance and it becomes clear to them. That's where this comes from. This comes from effective governance. Okay, I want to talk for a minute about this concept of moral imperative.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
can I make a comment?
Oh,
Can
sure.
I just,
Sorry, I didn't.
no, it just spurred on something, and I just wanted to share a comment. When you go back to those 4 components, those key components, and you had mentioned that understanding was really important and delving into it. And I just wanted to emphasize this because we have a new board and we're going to have more new board members. I just want to emphasize that the county, what we do, it's so in-depth and it's so intricate. You had mentioned there's so many moving pieces. You can't comprehend everything and understand everything the first day you get on the job. I just wanted to emphasize that. It takes time.
It does.
It takes a lot of time.
It does.
And I just wanted to highlight that because, you know, I know that we all want to be on it and you know, come on, you know, first day of work and just go for it and do the best job we can. But I think at the end of the day, that thinking or that understanding and learning takes periods of time and that actually takes years. So I just wanted to share that.
Okay, and I have a section at the end, towards the end of the day of this presentation where I talk about onboarding new trustees because that's exactly right. Time is the biggest, and you only have time once. You're only new once. I used to say, like, I wanted to be new for a couple of years, but people wouldn't buy that. So,
Davis, yeah, if it's okay, I'd like to see if the board had any thoughts. I think there was a lot of depth to that. I think that's part of the reason why we're pretty quiet, because there's just this meditation happening
oh,
that I
no,
can sense.
I get that. No, that's,
So, yeah, so is there any thoughts from what Davis has shared?
Yep, thank you.
Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you, Peter. So I recently completed leadership training through NACO, and this last piece you were just talking about the governance mindset. One of the people in my cohort, they brought up the idea of you bring your own weather, and that is kind of exactly what you're talking about. And I think it's always stayed with me, in the last few months, and I think it is really important. Especially when we're interacting with our constituents, but more importantly, when we're interacting with each other too. The way we approach it is perception is reality. And so I really do, that piece of it really resonated. So you bring your own weather.
Anyone else?
thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
So I do want to go on, and then we do need to plan for a break. Because this is that okay? Oh, wait, when did you want to do the? Where?
Davis and I talk for just a minute?
Yes.
I'm in trouble.
Remember the pie chart, Davis.
So we have a number of exercises, and Babs is always teaching me the importance of that, and I'm for it. So I'm for it. So this next, I do want to talk about Jim Collins wrote the book Good to Great, which is a few years ago was the Bible for a lot of organizational people. And he said, enduring great organizations are characterized blah, blah, but it says, I want you to look at this, a core reason for being. This is at the heart this is at the heart of effective governance, because it leads into this issue of moral imperative. And now, moral imperative is a hard concept to get your head around. But it gets to, and as I was listening to you in your comments, and you were talking about what you love, you listed what really just simply needs to be recognized. That moral imperative is the reason why you're here. And it's a basis, a background for some of your most contentious discussions, which you will have. It's not going to do away with. You don't want to do away with. It's how you do it and how you come to resolution. But the moral imperative is why you're here, and it will keep you together because you could keep reminding yourself we're all love this county. And we want to do what Beese made the point that she believes everybody wants to do the right thing for the county. And you usually define that through your strategic plan. Doing the right thing should be synonymous to the strategic goals that you adopt into your strategic plan. So that's the main thing. If you don't have that moral imperative that you're constantly, again, it's a mindset issue, you're constantly together, the five of you remembering, we're in this together because we love this county. You each said that. We love this county, and we want to do what's best for this county. And we're not going to let our disagreements that we're going to have, because we're five individuals. You were elected because you would bring perspective. And that's why a unified board's not even a 5-0 vote board. You can have split votes and be a very unified board because you all believe in your heart that each of you is here for the right reason. Because you just told me that earlier in the answer to that first question. So that's really what we talk about. And one of the things about moral imperative that I like is that it's mostly about understanding it and using it as a glue to hold you together, that you're on the same team because you're here for the same reasons. And I think that it is such a unifying force, and it can't be underestimated, because without it, it's virtually impossible to lead to coherence. And coherence is, what Babs was talking about, we have an exercise about coherence, because coherence is the heart and soul of so much of governance. And so we'll deal with that there, but coherence is just exactly the way it sounds. Do we have coherence on our board? Well, we have a shared moral imperative, yes. We're going to have a structure for our board that's well established, that we all agree with, so yes, and we will have all of that. We have in place a governance system for how we're going to govern this county. So I want to shift here because I want to get to this next one. So what do we mean by governance infrastructure? There are four these are the most important parts. There are four characteristics of a solid structure for the work of the board. The first is agreement on governance responsibilities. The second one is governance principles, and we will move into our for those. We have norms and we have protocols, and I want to outline the four governance responsibilities. They're pretty straightforward. The first is setting strategic direction. Ongoing policy direction and board approval, that's your meeting-to-meeting responsibilities that you have to do. Stewardship and support, something that very few elected boards do well. The responsibility of stewardship of the county is one of the major responsibilities and roles. What does that mean, stewardship? It means that we have to care about the county and the staff of the county, and if the staff of the county is doing the work that we directed, we have to be supportive publicly, and we have to be supportive of all the county departments because you are stewards and you're the ones that set the direction. You're the ones that hire the CAO. You're the ones that are responsible. Stewardship is a very important responsibility, and you won't hear of it too much. Oversight and accountability, that balances the stewardship because you have a responsibility, obviously, as the board, to deal with accountability, but you have to have a clear picture of what accountability means to this board and what it means with Ray, and coming up with a plan for how you're going to be able to apply accountability, because that's a loaded word, right? And then the final thing is ongoing community leadership. This is also something that I don't think very many elected boards do that well with. I think that it's an area where it's very important that if you approve a program, that you become an ambassador for that out in the community. You can do things to basically support those programs that staff can't really do, because you're the ones that are representing the people in the county. And if you have a program that's part of your moral imperative, that it feels like even if there was obviously disagreement, but once you get it adopted and it becomes the policy of the county, it's not just that you represent the constituents to the board, to the county, you represent the county to your constituents. I mean, you're the one that has to educate them about what's happening, because support for government and support for the county is very important and is diminishing way too much around the state. So I want to talk about how you carry out this role. It's a picture of I don't know if you can read, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not sure, but each of those lower boxes are a department head. So let's say that Supervisor A wants to contact the department head directly. Let's say Supervisor B wants to contact the department head directly. Let's say Supervisor C wants to contact the department head directly. Let's say Supervisor D wants to contact the department head directly. Let's say A, B, C, D, E. Let's say Supervisor E wants to contact directly. Look at what's going on there. Look at the noise in the system. Now, let's look at just one department, let's say agriculture. And each supervisor wants to be able to say, to bring their district problem or bring their issue around some agriculture. Now, it's not going to ever be all five, but it's for the point, you'll see what I'm saying. So I'm going to ask you whether you and your jobs want to work, skip the boss in some respects, and want to work directly for 5 people who may give you 5 conflicting directions, by the way, none of which you have the authority to do. And I want you to be very clear when you talk to a department director and you give a suggestion, for many of them that's going to be a directive. Because they have to ignore, otherwise they have to ignore a suggestion from a county supervisor. Not a smart thing to do career-wise. So this is absolutely critical of highly effective boards. Not only do they not do it, but trustees that have governance mindsets, they would never do it, because they know they don't have the authority to go down and direct them. So who do they have the authority with? This poor guy. Because all of them could go to this guy and say, I think I was visiting this plant or something, and I think I saw something that was really troublesome, And I think there's a better way to do it. You can make that suggestion. You can never direct. You do not have, let's be real clear, and I hope the attorney will agree, because all of them have so far, that you don't have the authority to set policy outside of the board in a public meeting. So if you go down and make a direction as an individual, that constitutes that because it might require resources, it might require, you can't do that. I'll give you one quick example I know of a Silicon Valley example. I was talking to a board, and I was having this discussion, and one board member said, well, I'm an expert in computers. I work for one of the big Apples or something. He said, so the first thing, the first thing I did was I went down and I went inside where all the computers and the centers, I don't even know what that's called, but where all the computer guys are and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't need to know. And so and he said, I told him this is not wired correctly. You need to do this. He said, as an individual, scared the heck out of the guy. So now I stopped him at that point and I said, suppose he had rewired that computer based on what you told him as an individual board member. And suppose in rewiring it, you were wrong. And the whole district got shut down in the computer because he did what one board member told him to do. What do you think the liability issue would have done? Will the district's insurance cover actions of an individual board member who, without authority, caused some action to be taken, not the action of the full board, not the action, there was not a legally requirement. The board could have done that. The board has a legal authority, so I have talked to insurance people, they say that would be very problematic as to whether that would be covered as far as individual liability for that board member. So my only reason for that is to say you have to be really careful. Remember, this is a very complex county. And you may have a point of view, but the place to take that point of view is what? Where? To the board. And say, I think we have a problem, and sit down with Ray. And that's all totally appropriate.
Peter, can I make a comment?
Yes, Supervisor Tippett.
Yeah, I thought
yeah.
somebody would.
Yeah, I think this is a really key thing for us as a board to sort through during this training. And I think we're all, as was mentioned earlier, I mean, Betsy brought this up. We always use the example of potholes, but because we hear that so much from our constituents. But I think many of us, I'm certainly guilty of this, we are reaching out to, whether it be our interim RMA director, Steve, who's in the audience here, or in my case, occasionally directly with the public works person in regards to potholes. And, I'm well aware that I don't have the authority to tell that person what to do, but you're absolutely right. They, when you call, they pick up the phone. But I do think it's something we have to sort through, because our CAO, Ray, and I've had this conversation with him, he encourages us to reach out directly to department heads where appropriate. And I think, to his credit, he's comfortable, letting us interact with department heads directly and not, always have to go through him. And I know other counties, CAOs handle it directly. But there is a danger in that. When you do that, it's more effective. There is a danger.
And I wanted to say one caveat with it is especially from the educational perspective, from a point of view where you're learning, and if you need information, who better to talk to about those items in those departments than the department head. And so I've always viewed that, and I've always allowed that because I feel it's important for you to have that
Yeah.
ability to. When it comes to, again, I think this is where it gets tricky, is, having someone, go out and, can you do this? Can you take care of this? And I think that's where it gets
So,
muddy
Yeah,
sometimes.
I think Supervisor Dirks wanted to share, and I'm going to ask or make my own comments, but go ahead, Supervisor.
Did you want to go first?
It's okay, go ahead.
Okay. So just to say what Bob was saying, and then to kind of come back to what you were saying too, Ray. I think, Steve and I talk quite a few times a week, and I try to stay away from saying, can you handle this right now? But more like, hey, this came up because a constituent reached out to me directly. And so but I don't know, is it upsetting the apple cart, so to speak, in an effort, all of the other constituents who followed policy and they went and they, because there's a form they should fill out and all of those things, and all these people are in a queue. But my concern in jumping into this in the middle of, a term basically is what I think is apparent, I don't know how the rest of you feel, is there's a certain expectation. There are some people who do know in our community, if they reach out directly to a supervisor, they're going to get their situation handled a lot faster than if they went through the system. And I really think that if we had some policies in place that we could all agree on as a board, so it's not like, well, I know if I contact Colin, he's going to be right on it, and I'll get my situation handled a lot faster than if I talk to any other of the supervisors, But if we all agree, like, hey, if someone contacts us about, kind of a routine issue, that we direct them to, like, hey, you need to, go in through the system because other people have had, questions or concerns as well, and you need to wait your turn, basically, and that you can't skip the queue by going to the top first. But at the same time, we want to help people. And so, it's a fine balance, right? And I will say too, that I do appreciate, Ray, letting us have the ability to contact people directly. So in some circumstances, because while I'm nowhere near an asphalt expert, I do understand a little bit of the process, way more than I would have had I not been able to have direct access to information too. So I do feel like there's a balance there.
so let me sort of
Really
finish
quick,
that
Davis,
part, if I could.
just to make sure that, so I had a couple thoughts too, just to piggyback on what Supervisor Dirks had mentioned.
I'm sorry. We're going to have a session on a protocol on exactly this topic.
Well, I appreciate that, just if I can make my
Oh,
comments.
that's fine, sure.
So just from a experience perspective as a small business owner, you set process in place for specific purposes. That process creates continuity and consistency, right? And to a certain extent, by default, a level playing field of understanding amongst the team. The moment that there's a change by one individual, it does disrupt the whole apple cart. So, and obviously the intention isn't for that to happen. That's not what I'm saying. But just my two thoughts is, one is anytime I reach out to department heads, it's for the sake of one-way conversation, basically them feeding me information, understanding the process. And ultimately, if I do have a request, then I go through my CAO, and at that point, he directs, because then he can give me feedback as to the possibilities, right? Whether it's workable or not, or maybe it can be, but there's a scheduling element to it, or whatever that is.
Good.
Davis, before you continue, over this past year, we had a situation that was happening here from the dais, where during our meetings, we would have one supervisor direct staff to do something, and it was utilizing time and resources of the staff. And because there was only one supervisor orchestrating or suggesting it, a lot of time, staff time was being wasted because there wasn't a support. So we implemented a policy where if a supervisor wanted something to be put on the agenda, it would require a second supervisor. So that way, there was already the consensus that there was at least two supervisors that wanted to hear it. It would come back as a regular agenda item for discussion, but we did implement a policy. So we know what you're talking about. We understand what's necessary. And so thank you for making that clear.
Yeah. One of the things, I'm sorry, Peter, but one of the things that I wanted to emphasize is that we're going to have this same discussion. So if you can keep all of that written down in thoughts, because when we get to the area of protocols, which become a major part of our work, which is all you and working together, there definitely will be a protocol on this issue of how to work with staff, what the rules are that you develop with Ray. I mean, so that it applies to everybody equally, and that's the main thing. And so we'll have that when we get into the protocol discussion. After the break, we are going to take a break in about 10 minutes. I want to run through what we'll be doing actually as a series of discussions. We talked about the four major the four major governance responsibilities. The first thing we talked about was governance responsibilities, and then we're going to talk about governance principles, and that's something we're going to do a breakout. We're going to talk about, because this has been one of the most productive things that we've done, is create a set of principles which will guide the work of the board, which can be distributed to the public, which I think will say what you really believe in, and what are the sort of guide rails for the board. We're going to talk about norms, because norms are very important. You've got some, I'm sure, already adopted, most do, but we're going to want to talk about that. And then we're going to go to the protocols. And so what we're going to be focusing on, those main things that will develop. There'll actually be a product where the board will establish each of these based on our discussion as part of the system, so the end result will be a tight organizational governance structure that will guide the board, all developed by you, not I mean, it's what your agreement is. And then we'll, the one thing I want to talk about quickly is the governance infrastructure tools. Babs had mentioned governance handbooks. Do you have a governance handbook now? Did you?
No.
Okay, so one of the things that's being used up and down the state is what we call a governance handbook. And it's adopted by the board, and it basically includes the strategic goals, includes the principles that guide the board. It includes agreements about norms. It includes all the protocols. And once you have that developed, and we will develop it, we meaning Babs, will develop it based on all of our work together, so that you end up with an actual governance handbook. And it's really important, it's wildly effective in all kinds of boards that we've worked with, including all three of the county boards that we just recently worked with this year. The governance handbooks and now I want Betsy, I want you to think about this. Governance handbooks for a new supervisor, when you hand over a governance handbook that has the goals and the strategic goals, it has the protocols, it has the norms, it has how we do things on this board right away. When that's combined with a board discussion with a new supervisor to go through the governance handbook, it is the best onboarding process that we've seen. And because when I was a new elected board member, I had nothing. Well, I got the usual tour. And the Los Rios Community College is the second largest in the state. So, I mean, there were like 5 community colleges. And anyway, So the second piece. I
On
want to
that
talk
note,
about-
Davis, are you talking about along with, just as a point of clarification, an actual governance meeting like this?
I'm sorry.
On to Peter's question. So, yes, he is Peter. So, there one.
Could have
if you-
said yes.
Well, you could have, but I was going to send you back to the other slide,
Okay. Which one?
the one before this. There. So, Peter, Davis is going to talk to you a little bit about discussion meetings, because this really qualifies as that. It's a study session, it's a retreat, it's whatever you want to call it, but it's an opportunity to talk about that. So you're up now.
Okay. So.
Thank you.
So let's talk, this has become also one of the most effective tools used by boards. It's a discussion meeting. It's just exactly what that sounds like. It's a noticed Brown Act meeting, but it is a technique used to give the board an opportunity just to talk to each other. How are we doing as a board? How are we doing on the protocols? How are we doing and how are we communicating? That keeps the board, and actually it came about because many years ago I was teaching a class in this, and a brand new trustee raised their hand and they said, when do we get to talk to each other? And I said, wow, that's interesting. He said, well, because it's always these formal meetings with an agenda and we have to go through it and we never really get to talk together as a board. A discussion meeting is an opportunity for you to talk together. It is noticed. It is a Brown Act compliant meeting. You list that it's talking about, you have to be honest about it, it's talking about governance issues. And it is incredible. It's great for the community. And usually it's just the CAO and the board having an opportunity to talk. And then if you're feeling frustrated about something, rather than letting it sit and work, you have a chance to air it out. You have a chance to have these kinds of discussions. It's wonderful team building in that sense that you actually have an opportunity to do it. Strongly recommended. And it's one of the tools, Governance Handbook. Then the second tool is discussion meetings. The third tool is board self-evaluation. Now, do you do self-assessments now?
No.
You don't? Okay, highly recommend that you do a board self-assessment. It's very common amongst boards. And a board self-assessment is something that is designed around, hopefully, your protocols, your principles, as well as sort of boilerplate, what I'd call boilerplate, that's widely available from CSAC, it's widely available from almost anywhere, that where every organization encourages doing a self-assessment. What they don't always talk about is assessing your own protocols. Your protocols will actually work. For example, if there's something on working with the staff and how to do it, and you have a protocol that you've agreed to, and you have a self-assessment that says how that's working, and 3 of you or 2 of you say it's not working at all, not working for me, then you can go back. That's just called assessment. That's called continuous evaluation. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Can you put it in context though, Davis? Because I'm not sure, are you talking about within the governance meetings that you do a self-assessment? Because I don't know.
No, that's not done in a governance meeting.
Well, I guess for practical understanding, like, so I do it at home and I just kind of ask, and then I turn it in, like, what is?
No, what it is, it's well, do you want to
Do you want me to?
comment?
Yes. So,
Go ahead.
so Peter, what it is it's a tool that we had planned to develop for you that came out of these 2 sessions. And usually what happens, like I'm going to take Yolo County, for example, or El Dorado County, where we'll come back or we'll help support it. We don't have to necessarily come back for it, but you have the instrument, you individually fill it out, you come together and you talk about it. So again, in a discussion meeting where you say, oh, interesting, you know, in this particular measurement, you scored as a 3 and Betsy scored as a 5. Let's talk about it. Why do you perceive this differently? Are there things that we need to do to improve it? So it's a wonderful opportunity. It's kind of it's a concrete opportunity to be able to again say, are there some things around this kind of continuous improvement model that we could do better to improve? Generally, it happens on an annual basis. Generally, also with the governance handbook, there's a signature page, and each year you adopt it. Because the governance handbook and the assessment tool has some flexibility in it, in the sense that as a new board, you may see that something's really important around a protocol. At some point, you may say that's our natural process, but we need a protocol on X. You know, we need something else. So it's intended to be documents that are very, very much alive and that you use at least on an annual basis.
That makes more sense, yeah. Yeah, and even just as a reference point, I mean, just my thoughts is, I'm not sure if this is something that it'd be effective if we just use it in an isolated fashion, right? The whole purpose of it is for us to use it as a unified body to
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, it's
to
definitely
reference.
part, right,
So, yeah, I just wasn't getting that.
yeah, yes.
So.
I
yes,
have just a
Supervisor
quick
Rick.
question. So the discussion meetings, when you see them work effectively, how often are people doing that? Is it like once a quarter? Is it every other month? What do you guys think?
It varies very broadly. Some people do it when they want it, when they need it. It's not a retreat. It's actually, it is usually a special meeting. It's not a good idea to tack it on to it because it, but most folks do it, and they might do it once a quarter. They don't usually do it more than that. But even 3 times a year for the board to talk about governance and how we're doing and how are we all feeling like, I mean, it's a good check-in for board members. It's not a long thing. It's not complicated. You don't necessarily, you wouldn't need a facilitator, for example. You might have one. Might be a local person that you really use or like. But it's not intended, it's not negative in any way. It's not intended to be a problem solving per se. It's intended to, because so much of what happened, you don't want, one of the things that we get really concerned about is when a trustee, I mean a board member or a supervisor is really uncomfortable but doesn't feel comfortable saying it. But they're just not, it's just not working for them. And it's not something that the CAO can really handle. It's usually something that's dealing with the board as a whole. That becomes like a cancer almost. It can metastasize. And then before you know it, you've got a real issue on the board and you don't know where it started. That's one example. Another example is that you could have just really good feelings that you would like to try something new. The only time the Brown Act becomes an issue is that you don't want to schedule it, a discussion meeting which is designed for this purpose, and have it also be a meeting to talk about what we're going to do about development and then not notice it that way. In other words, fold it under governance, that's a violation, I'm sure.
No. I think it also has to do with the willingness and an openness of each supervisor to be able to do some introspective, and that's challenging for some people. I know that there's education out there that's available to us as supervisors, and as Supervisor Dirk said, she has completed a leadership training with NACO. I'm doing one with CSEC, and there's a lot of self-reflection in those courses themselves. So I would encourage and suggest to other supervisors to take the leadership courses because it'll help you become a better supervisor, board member.
All of that is good. The main thing I think for the board self-evaluation is for it to be a way to, and the discussion meeting itself is a way to maintain the solidity, the solidarity, or the, what's the right word, that we want to try to remain the unity and the cohesive nature of the board. You have to, it's just like anything else, you have to work at it because it's not, I mean, the tendency is to pull away. You want to keep pulling back.
So Davis, have we done The exercises, I don't think
No,
we have.
we're going to take a break.
Take a break first.
Sorry, yeah, we're going to take a break. Actually,
Peter,
right now, I
If
think.
Yes,
if I
sir, Mr.
might
Benito.
just add one other thing. You know, it seems to me that, and we've talked about or discussed around it, but a big change is the fact that this is all public. And, you know, those of us who have been involved in different things, whether it be business or otherwise, suddenly you find yourself on a board where you're dealing with the Brown Act, and everything you say is public. And, you know, what most of us are used to doing in our lives is you pick up the phone and you talk to someone, you talk through issues. You can't do that on issues. I can talk to Peter about an issue, but I can't talk to anyone else. So you feel like you're handcuffed with trying to work through issues. And I'm not talking about, specific issues, but how we interact, how we govern together. So that is a challenge that we all have to learn, and we're.
But you know what? Our experience is, and I'm sure Babs would agree, our experience is with discussion meetings, we've never had a complaint. Never. In terms of, and they're all public, because what happens is you tend to self-discipline a little because it's in public, but don't listen to this lawyer, please. The fact is that the public isn't really interested in how you guys and how you're working together. And as soon as they realize that they go like, okay, that's not what I don't want to sit here for 2 hours or whatever it is. That's actually true. Usually,
Record-breaking 11, but who's counting? So.
Yeah, and I'm not questioning, just to be clear, I think the governance
No.
meeting idea is perfect. I'm just saying that's part of the adjustment as a new board, particularly, is getting, working through the fact that you're doing it in public. And I think it is really critical. And all of us up here, I think, when we've gotten ourselves in trouble at times, and trust me, the public does care when you're having a meeting, and if there's too much drama going on.
It reflects in your bad relationships.
It
yeah.
doesn't look good, and part of it is I think, you're still adjusting the fact that you're doing everything publicly. That's my point.
no, I totally agree. And that is absolutely right. The public is very concerned when there are those kinds of problems on the board. And hopefully one of the main goals of the system is to minimize that. And so that you don't have that, because with a governance mindset, that's like, that alone will cause a lot of self-discipline.
So I suggest we take a break and come
break,
back
yeah.
at 11:30. Does that work for everybody?
Okay.
Okay, great,
So
thank
now
you.
it's a 10-minute break, 11-minute break. Yeah. If we can call the meeting to order, guys. Let's try to stay on track. So I think Babs,
Thank
You're
you,
up.
Peter.
thank you.
So in this section, we have an hour before lunch, and we have 3 different exercises that we want to do. So as Davis mentioned, in your governance handbook, you will have your strategic goals. You will have your governance principles, your governance norms, and your protocols. So what's going to happen in this section is that we're going to talk about governance principles. We have an exercise to engage you in to identify those that are really resonate with you. We're going to talk about what your CAO needs from you, what you need from your CAO, and what you need from one another to be effective. And then the final piece is going to be looking at some norms. So through this process, we'll hope that we'll begin to draft those 2 things, the norms and the principles, and also have a even stronger sense about how you can support one another. After lunch, we're going to look at a list of operational protocols. You're going to identify for us those you think are going to be the most helpful to you, and then we're going to begin to draft those. So that's how we'll spend the final afternoon together. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Davis, and he's going to share with you what we're going to do on the governance principles.
Is everybody clear about what we mean by the purpose and what we mean by governance principles? We were going pretty fast there when I went through that.
Yes.
Yes.
There's a sheet. There's a sheet in your folder that three columns. Let me explain the sheet. What each of these represents are governance principles adopted by these boards. The first column is the board source. Everybody familiar with board source? It's sort of the go-to place for nonprofits and stuff. We always like to include that. And they have their 12 key principles that they believe that every board ought to, or that power, I love the way they say this, power exceptional boards. But the 5 that are on here are all active cities and all relatively new. City of Santa Clara, St. Helena, and they're very different because each were done by the board, right? Not a boilerplate. So the city of Santa Clara did theirs. St. Helena, they chose to do it with just short words. Placerville, longer. City Council, Yolo County Board of Supervisors, and the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. So what we're going to ask you to do is to take the highlighter that you have you should have on at your desk. And as you look at these lists, first off, highlight the ones that, and not exactly the same words, but the idea behind the ones that are the same or similar in each of these. In other words, as you look at these, are there some that pop up on all of the lists? Am I clear about that? So that you can highlight the ones that we're looking to see if there are some things that virtually every board and has identified as a major principle of their governance.
So you're saying which ones are consistent with each?
No, not necessarily consistent. But for example, mission-driven is something that is usually appears somewhere on the City Council Board of Supervisors list. That'll give you an idea of how the broad realization, the importance of that. And then I'm gonna once you do that, you'll get a highlighted list of maybe 3 or 4 things, however many you find. But then we want to have you identify for San Benito, which of these, it's a stimulus for you to think about which of these you believe that San Benito ought to use as a guiding principle for the work of the Board of Supervisors. And if they're not on here, I mean, you come up with one. If you say, "Look, no, I think that I'd like this to be, and I don't." But this is just to stimulate your thinking about what principles are.
We pick which ones we like from each one.
Yeah. And what we will record is so that we can, because we're actually going to stay with this until we actually adopt. We're not taking votes today, but that we actually adopt by consensus. And it could be 4 or 5 or whatever. And then when it comes time to make the formal adoption, that'll be in one of your regular board meetings. Is that right? So, I thought we would basically first off, make one pass and see if have each of you mentioned one thing that you thought was reflected as a sort of dominant characteristic or one guiding principle. I will start with Betsy. Because you moved.
I made eye contact. I think looking at this list, it's hard because all of them I think are really important. But one of the first one I highlighted, so I'll go with that one, is intentional board practices.
Which?
Intentional board practices, if we're talking about governance as a whole.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and I highlighted some others, but I'll leave that for other people, but that is the first one I highlighted, so,
Okay.
yeah.
And we'll come back.
I would say transparency, accessibility.
You saw that in all, that's
Most of them,
clearly-
yeah, most of them.
Clearly, yeah. Peter?
Yeah, they all kind of repeated, but I would say develop organizational capacity and competencies of supervisors and department heads to operate effectively and fulfill the purpose of the organization.
Did you get that, Babs? So, we should have numbered them, yes.
I highlighted, they kind of go together, mission-driven strategic thinking. See that throughout.
That's very, yeah, everybody feels that way. B?
I saw unity, respect, and trust.
So now, we're going to actually still use the list as well as this list and think about San Benito County Board of Supervisors and what principles of governance that you will actually abide by and which will reflect the thinking of the Board of Supervisors. And I'm going to start, maybe I'll start with Peter, but I think that what we're doing here is to try to find, if you look at this list and the others, think about one thing that that you feel it best reflects your sense of what the San Benito County Board, what the principle should be. Does that make sense? No.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the question is what
Yeah,
do
because we're going to be making a list of principles for the county board. And these principles are something that you can share with constituents and with, and it'll be basically a broad guideline and say, look, we stand for transparency and we're, you know, that kind of thing. We're committed to that. And if you could just, and the point is just to think of one that you would feel comfortable with, and then we want to make sure everybody agrees with that, of course.
so you're asking each supervisor to share one?
Yeah, I think so. Is that,
Yeah.
I think Babs one?
Yes,
Okay.
at least to start with you.
Yeah.
Organizational capacity. That's just one right for me.
So say a little more about that. Is that, how does that, how big, what do you think about that when you think about it as a principle?
I feel like it becomes like a symbiotic environment where there's kind of this equal understanding, this kind of these guardrails that we create that creates a definition of the roles and responsibilities and how we work together, and ultimately even a ethical framework within where we encourage respect and just the same be able to delegate responsibilities. And I'm just thinking as a county supervisor, right, it's our job to set policy and
So Peter, the one that was stated in here, and we're not planning on using their words necessarily, but I just want to make sure that I'm capturing it. In Placerville, they said committed to the highest quality governance and will grow our governance capacity on an ongoing basis. Does that reflect to you? It sounded like yours was even more comprehensive than that, if I understood it.
Yeah, so I piggybacked off of El Dorado County Board, organizational capacity and competency, right? So, yeah, as a Board of Supervisors, we
Got
have
it.
to understand a little bit
So
to
one
be
of the
able to.
principles of the San Benito County Board of Education is a commitment to organizational stability. Do you have?
I do. So I'm piggybacking off El Dorado as well. I was just looking for where it was. So develop the organizational capacity and competencies of supervisors and department heads to operate effectively and fulfill the purpose of the organization.
Correct.
That right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, good. Strong. Thank you.
So shall we try to see about consensus of these as we go?
I would go through it and then come back.
Okay. Colin?
Yeah, I would say compromise when there isn't a clear consensus. And finding a compromise, finding reasonable compromise. Sometimes we have these discussions and we kind of just leave things out there hanging, and then we come back 2 or 3 times and it's still hanging. But just a willingness from everybody to have that realization that, we're not going to get everything that we want, and that, there's always some level of compromise on these issues.
You got that?
Got it.
Betsy?
Go to somebody else first.
Yeah.
If someone else
Sure, we can go.
Yeah.
Bob?
Yeah, and actually, this kind of falls in line with what Colin was just saying, but I'd like, Placerville City Council had, we will govern as a team in a collaborative culture in partnership with the CAO in this case, driven by a shared mission and unity of purpose. I think collaboration, compromise, that approach is really important, and then driven by a shared mission and unity of purpose. Anyway, I like that line that Placerville used.
Okay.
I like the St. Helena's Unified School District, leading responsibly, and then I want to tag on to the Yolo County by being accountable to each other for the highest standard of board performance and effectiveness.
Okay.
Before you go there, I'm going to stay with B for just a minute. So, B, you did a great job with that, and the rest of it was in Yolo County?
Yes, it's the last line, by being accountable to each other for the highest
Got it.
standard of board performance and effectiveness.
The one that I'm looking at is from Yolo County, and it's governed in an accessible manner, committed to openness and transparency. And I would add education onto that.
Now, you can add anything.
Yeah.
It wasn't intended that you would necessarily just adopt that language, so
Sure.
we'll make it work.
But I think the education piece is really important. And we're in the process of hiring a communications manager our director for the county. And this education piece, I think, is severely lacking and missing in our ability to relay information accurately to our constituents.
And this is the beginning, not the end of the governance principles, so you'll have plenty of time to. And then when we come back, we will actually be talking about what that means and all of that. So, but this is just to get that first list, because we're operating under the assumption that having these principles is very important, because we're going to hold ourselves accountable, and we want to make sure that these represent the values in terms of governance. These are governance principles. So, okay. Anybody want to add anything?
May I read back what you have so far?
Yes.
Dulce had mentioned that there are whiteboards on Zoom. That might be a really great way to move in the future. But anyway, what I have here, and I thought you did a really nice job of highlighting. I mean, if we were to take one word, each one of these had a word in there that you were really speaking to. And I'll read them in order of how we got them, starting with you, Peter. So develop the organizational capacity and competencies of supervisors and department heads to operate effectively and fulfill the purpose of the organization. So that was one. And the Colin, I'm working on yours, but it's fine. It's the compromise piece. You know, you really highlighted that. So I'll look for words to really push that one. Collaboration and compromise also came up again. So we'll govern as a team in a collaborative culture, in a partnership with the CAO, driven by a shared mission and unity of purpose. Govern in a collaborative manner with the community, the staff, and within the board. Lead responsibly by being accountable to each other for the highest standards of board performance and effectiveness. And govern in an accessible manner committed to openness and transparency and education. Those are the ones we've landed on so far. Is there any?
So one of the questions is, and we will, when we come back to this next time, we'll be asking, when we ask you, so what does it look like that you're doing? Which makes it more real. And that it's going to be kind of uniform.
Did anybody think anything was missing? Was there any notion in there that you saw in the principles that we want to kind of take a look at still? Anything that didn't get highlighted? Bob?
You know, well, one thing that I had highlighted on the principles was results-oriented, and I don't know the exact language, but I think that you know, and I know Colin made this comment earlier as far as, you know, I think we all are on the board hoping to obviously make a difference and reach results. So hopefully all of these things that we mentioned will get us to actually results, which are, you know, really critical.
Okay, good.
And can I
Betsy,
make
yes.
one additional comment, and not to put words in your mouth, Colin, but the compromise piece of it, I think it's, am I right in saying it's with the intention of meeting results? Yep. Yeah. So I think he didn't say it, it was implied, but I think to be really clear, because for me, that's what I intuitively, I was like, oh yeah, so that we can, because it feels like sometimes we come back to something over and over and over, and before you know it, it's 2 or 3 months before we finally take an actual vote on something. So so that's, I would, when you're looking at that compromise piece and language, I think to add that intention behind it.
Good. Good. Anything else? All right, efficiency here. That's very good. All right, the other piece that I'd like to look at is I'd like to look at the norms, because I think they're also really important. Again, thinking about the pie chart and just thinking about, again, how you work together. So in your training packet also is a list of norms that often show up in groups. What I'd like you to do is do the same thing we just did, which is to take a look at them, highlight any that are particularly important to you that you think resonate with this board, and also anything else that you might add. We just drafted a list of ones that, you know, that we often see, but again, these are for your words.
Everybody ready? We're in a meditative state.
So the task here is either to share a norm here that you feel describes something that you think is important, or also give us the wording of what you think is important about the concept. And so, Colin, I'm going to start with you.
Yeah, so I think the few of them kind of along the same lines, and so just addressing with mutual respect, respect each other's thinking and value individual contributions, accept constructive disagreement, and agree to disagree courteously and not take things personally. Kind of what I was saying earlier with that. I think those are all really, really key.
Good. So, Betsy, how about you?
I mean, almost everything on the list, right, is something that we should be striving for. But I think to add on to that, giving each other the benefit of the doubt, celebrating successes together too, I think are key things. And then addressing each other with mutual respect, and then the respect each other's thinking and value individual contributions. When we talked about this board being diverse, I think it's important, even though I might not agree with someone else's point of view and perspective, it's a realization that their voice is reflective of other voices in the community as well. So
there is that individual contributions and valuing diversity piece that we talked about early on about your strengths. So great. B, how about you?
I saw the listen carefully and intuitively, work to understand the other's perspective, celebrate successes, as well as accept constructive disagreements as necessary to yield the best decisions, and then recognize and accept differences of opinion and style.
Again, that diversity piece. So
Yes.
Good. Thank you. Bob, how about you?
Yeah, I agree with what everyone else has said. And a lot of these are very similar. Recognize and accept differences of opinion and style. We all definitely have different ways of doing things, and stay open to new ways of doing things. It all goes along with respecting people's different perspectives and working together as a group.
Good. Peter, how about you? Anything that you'd add here?
It's funny because, there's a lot of consistency. Respect each other's thinking and value individual contributions. I think that one to me means you don't require agreement, right? It just respect doesn't allude to having to agree, and it's by default okay with not repeating that intent for you to force you to agree. And then listen carefully and intuitively, work to understand others' perspective. I think that alludes to the respect part of it too. Don't rush to judgment, right? That to me seems to be very knee-jerk, which is not good. And then agree to disagree courteously and not take things personally, right? I think these are all pretty consistent. And then celebrate successes for sure.
Great. Good. Is there anything that wasn't on this list that you feel is really important for you to highlight in terms of, again, how you govern? Because remember, this is how you operate together. Anything missing?
I think the interaction with the public when we are talking up here as supervisors and we are listening to the public comment, we may or may not agree with what's coming across, but there has been a sense of hostility toward the public. And so, again, we as supervisors need to take a seat back and understand it's not a personal attack. They're just not happy with whatever it is that we're articulating. But there has been some back and forth over this past year with the supervisors and the public that hasn't been productive for us as a board.
Okay. So again, recognizing that they may have the same passion as you, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So one of the things that we're going to be hitting hard when we, at some point, and probably when we meet again, is, I know the same thing as with principles, but in the case of norms, is how do we make this real? I mean, how does it be not just a list of nice things, but actually part of the operation of the board? And one of the big challenges with norms and governance principles as well is what I call adopt, file, and forget, which is that we adopt the norms, but then, and we sort of say, okay, that's great, but then we can revert back to other things that were not working as well. And so I think having a good discussion about that is something that really will be helpful.
Any other comments before we move on to the next section? So here's something that is, again, leads kind of to a pathway of starting to work with protocols. And the question that I'm going to ask you is how, what does the CAO need from you to be effective? What do you need from the CAO to be effective? And then the last thing we'll ask about, and I'll do this as a separate, is, and what do you need from one another to be effective, right? And it kind of feeds back in, again, that one into the norms for sure. But we're going to start with, what does the CAO need from the board to be effective? And I'm just going to swing around again. I think just ask each one of you to tell me an answer. Peter, I'm going to ask you first. What's one thing that you think that the CAO needs from this board to be effective?
Clear direction.
Colin, what would you add?
I would say an understanding of our limitations as a small community.
Can you talk a little more about what you mean by that?
Just we have limited resources, so I think sometimes we all want to get things done like yesterday, and we throw a lot at the CAO and our staff, and just tampering our expectations, I guess, in some cases, that as far as what's on the top of the priority list.
You added, I think, some really important components to that about just, again, that you as supervisors recognize, and Davis has said a few times, zero-sum game, right? So there's limited resources. So being mindful of that and really paying attention, again, to priorities, and not expecting that your CAO is going to respond to every request. Betsy.
I think those two are the biggest pieces. Because if we can provide clear direction, I think I appreciate it was already in place before I came onto the board, but the seconding of the different agenda items, I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll hear from Ray maybe in a second as to whether or not that has been effective for him and the rest of our front office staff. But I would imagine that it helps somewhat. And so, those are the two things. And I think it's that piece of expectation. Expectation is everything. And so making sure that our expectations are clear.
Okay, clear direction, clear expectations. B, how about you?
I would think maybe that the understanding that we're all working as a team together.
And can you talk a little bit more about what you mean by that?
Well, I like what Colin said about understanding the limited limitations on the community. Resources is a specific one. We recently had a meeting where there was a demand for 2.1 million in personnel, and the county only allowed us to spend 400,000. And so it was really difficult to be able to make that decision, and what was the priority. But I guess as we understood the limitations from the CAO, we were able to meet that goal, but it was difficult. Yeah.
Okay.
So we had to work as a team there to achieve that.
Okay, and so as a team, what I think I'm hearing as well is, being able to understand all the components that go into making that decision. So it's understanding we are a team and we're working hard to understand all the elements that are, okay.
Yes.
What's interesting too is I think that really feeds into the deeper learning piece as well, you know, of what Davis was talking about about a governance mindset. Bob.
So kind of piggybacking on the team approach, I think, you know, recognition that we're all in this together, and Ray certainly needs our support and the support of his staff, you know, working together.
So he needs your support, but he also needs you to support his staff.
Right, and there's, and again, this has been mentioned, but recognition that, you know, they're almost all shorthanded, and there's, it's, you know, they have a very difficult job, and so we need to lend our support to what they're doing and recognize how difficult of a job they have.
And that really feeds into resources and priorities, what you're saying.
Right, absolutely.
Okay, good. Peter.
Just being I think, cognizant as a board of the importance of efficiency. You know, I feel like that's a mindset to consider being efficient, and I, you know, there's a lot of things happening sometimes in meetings where we lose that focus, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Ray?
Yeah, I have a few comments to make. I think the board is aware of this, but it wasn't really highlighted. Being focused on policy, and again, my job is almost to run a business, where our resources are so limited, and each one of you just talked about the resources and the limited staffing. And really, I think that's really the point. I think as a board, looking at policy, what can we do to generate more revenue? Where can we look at to generate more revenue? And I think this board has taken that on. But I think that's really important, and I'm very appreciative of that because I've seen that with the board. And so that's something I think is really important because we need more staffing. We need more resources. I met with Peter yesterday. I think Peter was very enlightened in the process of what we do to generate an agenda, the amount of time and effort and the amount of work that goes into creating an agenda, I think was eye-opening to some, with some respect with talking with Peter and going through the process. So I think, you know, as board members or as, you know, candidates, you know, move into the elected office, you know, the Board of Supervisors being new somewhat, I think there's that educational piece, I think that's really important, and making sure that the board understands what it takes and the efforts that go into it. And I have to say the staff that we have in our county are amazing. I mean, they do a lot, and they, you know, they work very hard. So I think just having that support from the board, I think, is really important. Understanding that, understanding the knowledge. I think most of you now are starting to get it because you've been here a little bit, you know, for at least a year, or and not quite in one case, but I think you you probably have been here a year in your mind. Feels like a year or two, but anyway, so I think those are important things. I think on my side of it, going back to the norms, I just wanted to highlight, I think, us being neutral, because there are going to be differing opinions. So our staff reports, what we do, the educational piece should always be neutral. I think from our side of it, from the ops side, I think is important because it's the board's decision. It's educating the board, the pros and cons, and never really leaning to one side. Doing our best to be forthcoming with every aspect of whatever the item's going to be, I think is important.
You just transitioned to the other side of that.
Oh, okay.
So hold that thought.
All right.
Okay, and I'm going there because let's make sure that we've really covered what the CAO needs from the board, and then I'm going to go there because it's perfect. That was a perfect segue. There's a piece that comes up often, and I just want to toss it out and see if it fits, which is this idea of no surprises. because I think that it's often really important that, and we'll see that as we start to develop protocols, but just this notion of not bringing a surprise to the CAO. And you could tell me if that resonates with you, I see Peter nodding. How about you others? Yeah? Yeah? No surprises? I think I should
100%.
add that to this list.
Well, I think to add to that, Babs, is, yeah, there's been plenty of opportunities where our CAO already has a full plate, meetings in stage, has all these different duties, and then ultimately meeting with department heads. And then, then there's a blindside element, and then all of a sudden he has to kind of pretty much pivot. And that, I think, slows down the process, creates negative outcomes because maybe they're a little bit less prudent, and so anyways, there's got to be this clarity, I think, where we're all on the same page.
Right. Okay. Anything else? Are we good to go to the second part? Here, Dave, hang on. Okay, Ray, so I'm got to backwards reel that to tell me, what do the supervisors need from you?
I think, again, I think it works reversely, I think, as well, as making sure that the board doesn't have surprises at the board meetings. I think
Right.
that's important. We do our best. There are things when things happen, there's an emergency, and we have to bring items to the board, but do our best from a staff perspective to present items. And this next meeting on the 14th, there's going to be quite a few items that are just informational. And provide direction and have the board provide us some direction to move forward with certain items or tweak certain items. So I think that's important.
And when you talk about information, I think you started to before I stopped you, which is around quality information, right? They need.
Yes, absolutely. It needs to be neutral. The information really has to be neutral. There has to be, again, it goes back to the amount of work that's involved. There has to be a lot of work delving into issues and looking at those issues. It can be, I know that we've been working with the intergovernmental on, and staff's been working on the smoking, flavored tobacco. So there's been a lot of work. They've been working on that for a while. So what are the impacts? Who's impacted? Working with the multiple jurisdictions, discussing it, getting input, dialogue. So there's a lot of that occurs, but really, trying to look at it and getting input from stakeholders and other folks, and trying to be neutral when we do take this back to the board. So that's really, I think, important and vital. Yeah.
Good. Okay, B, what do you think that you need from the CAO and staff to be effective?
Didn't we already do that one?
No, we did the opposite of that one. We
So
did what the CAO
what do
needs
we
from
need?
you.
So what I need from him?
What you as the board need from the CAO.
I suppose maybe take it back and clear direction from him and from county council. Being the board chair last year, we would have a meeting, the three of us, on the agenda, and there would be surprises on the agenda when it was posted or finalized. And so clear direction in terms of what exactly the process, the protocol.
Okay. Bob, how about you?
Well, I would say that what we need is honesty, and what I mean by that is, obviously, Ray works for the five of us, so sometimes he might be inclined to tell us what we want to hear or to agree with us, and I think it's important that, if he doesn't agree, or if he feels like we're getting out of step with what our mission is, or our focus should be, he needs to call us out on that. I'm not talking about publicly, but I'm talking about when we're talking about stuff. So, help us keep us focused, and that involves honesty.
Great, thank you. Peter?
I think informing our discretion, right? I mean, there's education that we need to be able to know what is possible and not possible, right? And I enjoy my conversations with Ray because when he gives me that feedback from the law to, or even, you know, and I think this is what makes a really good CAO is someone who understands his own limitations and brings in other department heads and leaders in as far as depending on the question, and then bring them into the conversation, and that way we have a thorough understanding, and then at that point, obviously, I can know what question I might, you know, or any direction that I may want to give. So yeah, education, really important.
Colin?
Yeah, I would say it's a big challenge because of, again, how small we are and the staffing, but I would say if there is a way to communicate workflow because we throw so much at him and at the staff, you know, I don't even know how many, not even just the meetings, but just you get feedback from residents and you immediately send it to Ray, and he's got a thousand things that he's, you know, trying to keep up with, and as opposed to just emailing and the threads of email that go back and forth, and then, I got a reminder, I'm going to call Ray on this, and we have conversations, you know, every couple days or whatever. But if there's a way to make the workflow more tangible, if we could set something up, you know, maybe
Like an org chart.
like a chart. I don't
Like
want
the
to. I don't want to
workflow.
create more work for him, but I'm trying to imagine a system because again, we don't have staffs. You know, a lot of counties have staffs that will deal with Ray's staff, but he only has a few people under him in the admin office. But if there was a way to sort of solidify the workflow on all these different issues, you know, where are we at with X, Y, and Z, so that the expectations are understood. That look, he's got 15 different things that are on the priority list. I can't expect him to deal with my little, you know, my little issue that I threw at him right away. So if there's a way to somehow communicate workflow more clearly without just relying on threads of emails and reminders, it might be helpful, just considering that we are so short-staffed.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Supervisor. And my thought is something, because I've thought about this myself. You know, we each have our passions. We bring something forward, but then we forget, right? Then you're like, oh, that's right. How is, you know, then all of a sudden you're reaching out. But if there's some kind of a process in place where you can get, like, okay, by this date, you're going to get at least feedback as to what's the, you know, current updates on tourism, like I brought up yesterday or whatever.
Can I make a comment? This is a very good example of an issue that you would be able to discuss in a discussion meeting, where you're talking directly with Ray and just having this exact kind of discussion. And it's just a good example because it's an easy thing to deal with when you get to talk. Hard to deal with.
Yeah, it's essentially it's a zero-sum
Your mic not
situation.
working?
Zero-sum situation. So anytime that we give Ray or his staff something to do, it means that by definition, they probably can't get something else done.
That's right.
And, but I like the idea of talking it through, because even though we do agree that there has to be two of us to put something on the agenda, for example, I think sometimes, and we can talk about this more, but maybe it should be more than two of us. Again, if it's not one of the core, you know, goals that we have as a board, and I know we're going to talk about that more as well, but I think Colin raises a really good point, because there's limited time and ability for staff to get things done. If we throw too much at them, we'll not get anything done. We won't be results oriented.
So all of these things are really good, and I agree, the process system, and if there was some sort of way to say, you know, where Ray could help prioritize and say, okay, well, this is one of the strategic plans, kind of initiatives, and it meets that objective, so it's going to move to the front of the, the burner, so to speak, if, or if this is something that needs to wait. But I think also, too, what I appreciate maybe, and we kind of brought it up earlier a little bit in talking about, like, I can directly talk to some of the department heads if I need to, but is an openness to maybe this is the way we've always done things, but maybe there's a different way to go about it because we do have limited resources. How can we use our community to really help support the things that we're trying to accomplish with the county? And we have over 100 nonprofits in this county alone. And being such a small community, I think we need to really start utilizing and looking at those different ways. How do we utilize what we already have existing, the people who want to help? How can we let them help, in ways that make sense? That's not going to happen with everything. Like, right. I mean, I guess we could give everyone a shovel and tell them to go out and fill a pothole, and maybe they'll all get filled faster. But other than that, so.
That was a great systems comment, Betsy. Just
We'll get you a
again,
shovel.
thinking about are we talking shovels? Just again, what I see so often, and I certainly see it in my own county of Sonoma County, is so much operating in silos, really good work happening by so many different nonprofits and organizations, and kind of, again, how to connect those dots and how to really be able to nurture and build capacity around that may be already in existence. So great point. This is good. This is a really good list. So the last thing I'm going to have us do, and we're going to do it in 6 minutes and then take a break, is that you have a list of protocols in your folder. I think there's 24, 25 of them. I want you to pick your top 5 and then put your name on the list and give it to me, and I'm going to deal with it during lunch.
Oh, highlight. Okay. All right.
Is there a limitation on how many we can vote on?
Well, I'm recommending 5.
5?
For right now.
From
but
the entire page?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Oh,
From
there's
the entire.
subsets
No, it was
here.
each section B. No, just kidding. Yes, from the entire page. And if you have some that are 6, 7, and 8, just put a 6, 7, and 8 by it. I mean, if you think that it's really important. Also, if there's anything that you feel isn't on the list, because these, again, we're going to find out the interest level, but we can address every one of them should we need to. Okay?
And as I was mentioning, there were a lot of good potential protocol topics that came up in the discussion. And because protocols are how you deal with the kinds of issues you've been where you feel like there needs to be an actual policy, so to speak, for the board to follow.
I think we're ready. Right.
For lunch plans, but what I'd like to do, as I asked, is each one of you put your names on the top of the list. I'll give it back to you, but just give it to me, and during lunch, I will just be checking where the interest lies, and then I'll give it back to you. Okay? So hand me those, and then Ray, you want to fill us in on lunch?
Lunch is outside in the foyer area, so feel free to go grab lunch. Half an hour? Half an hour?
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll take a
lunch break.
recess for half an hour, Mr. Chair.
We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much.
is an exercise on community perception. So it's got a couple of parts to it. The first part is I'm going to ask each of you to tell me how you want the community to perceive you as a governing body. Okay, that'll be the first question. The second thing that I'd like you to do is I'm going to pair you up, and I'm going to have you talk among yourselves about how you would rank yourselves against how you want to be perceived. And then I'm going to ask you to develop a strategy. So I'll go through the steps again when we get there. But my first question to you is, in thinking about your community, how do you want this Board of Supervisors to be perceived by the community? Betsy? Give me one. You want them to think about you as?
Transparent.
As transparent. B?
Open-minded.
Okay, Bob?
Leaders.
Peter?
Effective.
Colin?
That we're getting the roads fixed.
So, roads fixed, okay. Roads
That's
fixed.
good.
Productive.
You want me to put that under a productive category?
Yeah, I mean, just
Okay.
getting things done.
No, it should be its own category.
Ray? Progressive. B, I'll swing around one more time. Anything we don't have on this list in terms of how you want to be perceived?
I guess fair-minded is the same thing as open-minded, so no,
Okay, well,
I'm
we'll
good.
put those together. I think fair-minded is a little bit different, but has a quality. Okay, Bob, anything missing?
Professional.
Professional, good. Peter, anything you'd add?
Efficient.
We have effective, we'll do efficient
Oh,
with
got
it.
Yeah.
We listen.
Listen. And we fix road, no, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Betsy? Anything to add?
Equitable.
Equitable, good.
It might fall under, is there something that it could fall under up there? I thought there was something.
I think
No?
that's pretty much on
I
its
think
own.
I
Okay.
think it deserves its own.
Okay.
Okay. And when you think about equitable, and I know it's a conversation going on in lots of places right now, but what comes to mind? How would you, when you think of equitable, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking maybe making sure that all demographics of our community are being heard, and not only heard, but as issues come up within those demographics that we're addressing
Heard.
issues and concerns.
Great. Ray, anything you might add?
And this is what
This is the way we would like the community to perceive us.
perception.
Trustworthy.
Trustworthy.
Yeah.
Great. I'm going to put this up here.
Accountable.
Okay, good. Accountable.
I don't know if that one, I mean, if this one applies too, but compassionate. We have
Okay.
public speakers coming out and asking us for things, and we feel for them, but because of funding or what other restrictions, we're not able to give them what they're asking. But it's not that we don't have the compassion for
Okay.
them.
Okay, good. We good?
I'll add collaborative.
Collaborative. Great. Okay, so the next step in this is going to be a little bit more challenging, Because what I'm going to ask you to do, you can do one of two things, right? I'm going to pair you up. B, you're going to be with Bob. Peter with Colin. Betsy, you're going to be with Ray. You're going to team up. And we've got a ranking of 1 to 5. 1 is that you're not meeting these. 5 is you're doing an excellent job. So wherever you rank this, and I'll say it again once I get you together, then you're going to talk about, is there a strategy that you could use that could move you 1 point? So let's say, for instance, so this is where it's challenging. You have a really robust list here. So if I were going to kind of blur my eyes and say, okay, this is the picture of the ideal board. It's showing all of these characteristics and qualities. I would say, I'm making this up, but I'd say we're somewhere in the 3 area. You know, we're meeting some of these, but not others. So what's one thing, one strategy we could do that could demonstrate how we could move a point? And it's the board, right? Yeah, we're talking about the board. So what's one thing the board could do? Now, some of you may say, I can't do, there's too many on this list, and I'm going to take 4. So whatever process you use, what we're looking for is we're looking for what's a strategy that you could do, that you could employ, that would continue to move you closer to this ideal description of your characteristics. Okay?
And also being honest.
Put your microphone on, Dave.
The board, not individual, just the board as a whole.
Right, so you're thinking about your entire board. So everybody clear on those instructions? Everybody good with that?
Can you read out the topics for us one more time? Your
Yes.
print is
Is
very
my
small.
printing is not so great here?
No, it's not great, just small.
It's okay. Transparent
No.
and
Good job.
trustworthy, open-minded and fair-minded, and compassionate. We're leaders. We're effective and efficient. We're productive. For instance, we're fixing our roads. Progressive, professional, collaborative. We listen. We're equitable. We pay attention to all the demographics. We're making sure we listen, and we also can address their concerns and issues as well as we can, and that we are accountable. It's a really wonderful list. So again, the task is now team up with your colleagues. You're going to agree on one number,
1 to 5?
on 1 to 5. 1 is we're not meeting any of this. To 5, we're excellent. And if you're a 5, you can still improve. No, we're not doing each item. We're doing it as.
We have
as-
to agree on that number?
Yes. Well, so let me ask you something, Peter. I mean, I think that's a really good question. What I'd like is the strategy. Okay? So you can, if you choose and say, you know what, I don't really want to reveal that number right now, but I have a strategy, one strategy for how we could get better. Just give us the strategy. I mean, that's really what we're looking
Yeah.
for, is the strategy.
Got it. Cool. Eileen, I think we're trying. I think we're not there yet.
Well, let's pick 4, like you said. Let's turn the mic off so we can chat amongst us.
Yeah, so just next to it, yeah. I mean, I don't know, transparency is a lot of things, but public related basically, so that would mean maybe a better public advocacy of understanding.
Yeah, that was
our
kind of up
needs,
there, but
like,
it's the map, that's
who
more of a
will show up,
touchy-feely kind of
maybe,
thing.
I know you do that, right, where you kind of share your imagery, but maybe there's a, kind of, hey, this is the meaning, and it's just an idea, right? But something that kind of just highlights, hey, this is the general consensus of the need, and this is what, the top 10 things we make decisions on. I don't know. Definitely. Oh, yeah, that's actually a really good point. Just even like with the agenda requests, sometimes you're like, we go into tangents just because we don't really understand what the ask is. And then so even just like, what is the ask? What is the purpose of the agenda? Sometimes they start with the end in mind, or they kind of describe like the process, but then it's like, okay, what do you mean by that? What is this? What is this leading to? and you don't understand it, then we end up going into tangents. So just clarity with that, clarity with the agenda. Clarity with agenda description. Strong, yeah, with the mission of public education. I think so. I think for and strategy to be more open. I would say just kind of ethics, like don't interrupt, respect the opinion. If it doesn't have to go your way, you still create mutual respect, right? I don't know, I think a simple one is just, it's okay if you don't have to overemphasize.
She said one at meeting it, 5 were there.
Kind of like after the fact, right? This decision was made, let's move on. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, basically bury the hatchet, right? So you can't use that as a weapon because calls.
And the neighborhood, I was thinking 4. 4, where we're not quite there, but we're working toward it.
Public service. So how do we lead by example? I mean, that to me is my simple.
This is the training systems
You know,
of food
Bob
for thought and food for how
desires to be the leader, then that means we have to
I
reflect
listen
that.
to my constituents,
Right,
and
it's
they
not
actually
a demand of
doesn't matter
respect,
just
it's us
their
encouraging
concerns,
that sense of
and so
respect.
we
So
have
to
that
me, someone
compassion,
that's a
having
leader,
it
someone that
already.
learns how to be an example
Even though
and make sure that
the
your
audience is
actions
probably
speak
not
for it.
see that we do.
How do we?
I don't
So,
what would be your suggestion?
yeah, just,
Sure, I mean, I think that, I think if we are, and some of this is kind of
someone who carries himself very professionally.
project more of a leadership.
Yeah.
You know, when we're meeting, be compassionate is really tied more to decisions.
Someone that's goal oriented, or the board, so we're talking about the board. Yeah, the board is goal oriented.
And also trying to
Focus on setting, and when we say goals, it's like, it's not just, it's creating the whole process, how to get to that point, right? We get lost sometimes where, okay, we wanna do this, but
Let's
then
rate them
it's
first,
all
and
these
then we'll go back
layers
and see
that
how
we still haven't delved into
So
yet.
how would you do
So,
effective and efficient?
it's less educated, maybe make uninformed decisions, right? So it's a possibility. To me, being effective and efficient, means you have a goal and you create a process to do that, and set effective, follow up. Who we're asking, dates, we wanna make sure that we bring this item back so that we know where it's at. Just everything in the process.
I think that we're sometimes, like we talked about, we're trying to do too much. We're trying to establish too much.
Effective and efficient.
Oh, you know, we didn't do numbers.
Well, and I'm not saying.
Yeah. 6-4.
It's just my only point is
That's 4, I'm sorry. Yeah, leaders is 3. And effective and efficient.
so, the 2 is what.
Nice. Well, that was, changed it.
We just gotta be sure that it's a productive.
No, I think that was part of the. Yeah, we're done.
Was it?
I just know there was a lot of
Babs,
time that was
what was roads fixed?
certain
Change it to
topics that
broader.
were suggested.
Productive.
And then when it came out to the vote, it was like a 4-1, and only that one person.
So, to me, that's
whatever
metric
the item
driven.
was. So
right? Because roads is something that everybody agrees to do. We have everything in place. It just means that,
We should be at a lower number on that one probably.
I just think, yeah, I think we're, well,
But we're moving ahead.
yeah, there's different reasons why, so it's not necessarily staffing.
Yeah, but we can just emphasize.
We're
keep moving
failing.
ahead on
I think
our plans to actually invest the money.
how many miles do we have fixed? Compared to how many miles we're supposed to have fixed?
we should be sure that is it in line with what our primary, goals are.
The strategic plan and the five.
And if it's not, then we have to say, do we really
You're making progress? I think that's redundant personally.
spend staff?
Being
Some
productive.
agenda items maybe don't pick up much, just
We are.
Yeah,
We
yeah, we're,
can do better.
I think we have to ask.
kind of leads into, what's the next one? So where,
So would that be a
efficiency?
three
Oh,
or
it just leads into like
two?
efficiency.
Yeah, I'd say,
But having clarity on
Okay.
I mean, I think we have been effectively making decisions.
our goals, having clarity on what our top priorities are.
Yeah, well, that, I would
How
say
we
that
do
one
more,
is pretty good with the strategic plan, right? Because the strategic plan is the yearly checkup that basically says, hey, what's the game plan for the rest of the year?
Discerning in what we.
Professionals, collaborative.
I think that's kind of attitude driven. So, yeah, I think we're at a 3 right now.
Because I think we have enough, but I don't know, but I'm sure that
Just doing
Governance
this.
thing.
This is not something I would see the prior board doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe like clarity from the CEO to make sure he heard,
Hold ourselves
we hear from him, feedback, what he heard.
Yeah, yeah, I like that. Hold ourselves to a higher standard.
Sorry. I know we're on here
Is there any agenda item
Make
will
the,
should report?
make our constituents viewpoints.
But when but I'm talking about even more than that. If we decide that our top five items.
Yeah, just the general consensus of your district should be
Homelessness.
kind of a reference point to your decision making.
Bigger topics rather than
Specific issues. Well, anyway, I think, so professional, collaborative.
From what Betsy said, it's just making sure that all demographics are considered in our decision making and somehow beneficial.
I would give us a 2 or 3.
Look out, maybe look outside of our own sort of scope and how the world works, I guess. I don't know how it would work that.
Equitable is tough. It's just applicable. I mean, to me, it just means that, yeah, you're trying to consider the minority or lower income, right? Folks that usually are the first to suffer from different disabilities.
What numbers?
I think we're doing better. Yes. I think we've tried 3. Hmm?
And I really like the opportunity of maybe like,
Well, that's, to me, that's why, I mean, the only reason why it's sad is
but at least once a year we'll have
the night we do it, it would be
a special meeting where we call it and make it deal with communication.
I mean, accountability is tough, right, because it's just, it's really just, I mean, the original term is actually more like making things right. Yeah, so maybe a simple term just said admit our mistakes and, come up with a game plan to fix them. I mean, I would say in more practical terms, because I hate to use it, sometimes these things are so subjective that I wouldn't apply that term accountable to social stuff or whatever, right? It's just
However, the witness all openness on all of our decisions, don't just kind of shy away from.
Say what you mean and mean what you say. Transparent. In terms of however, we're coming across.
I think so.
I personally don't call department heads and promise anything. I listen more than anything else, so I know I'm not that.
We're the first ones to finish. Are you guys done?
You did them all?
Yeah,
Would you give yourself fives on everything?
we just focused.
Hold
That's it.
ourselves accountable.
There you go.
Well, that's what we're struggling with.
Yeah, we're right there right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, what's that game show where they're drawing game show?
Pictionary?
Yeah.
Okay, well, so since Peter and Colin said they were first, should we let them go first?
Oh, yes. So we can still work on this.
Okay, so, we gave you some directions, and it sounds like you may have taken some of your own directions in terms of how to do this. So, Peter and Colin, what are you gonna tell us about what you?
I could do, if you want, I can do
Sure.
the first, or you do the
Sure.
next. So the first one, transparent, we gave ourselves a 3. Ultimately, what that means to us is to promote meetings, promote or educate meetings better, clear staff reports. We talked about clarity on the agenda, so we know how to give better direction. And just really just making it very easy to understand to the public what our goal, or what the agenda items are.
So the strategies in terms of doing that was to,
Oh, and then, sorry, strong, so we talked about public information, so disseminating information to the public with the mission of public education. So basically, giving specific directives to the public information officer to be that conduit to the public education element.
And then you missed, because you hadn't gotten that out yet, he had said clearer staff reports, just more.
Clear staff reports, yeah, I thought I said that.
and
but-
could you tell me what, when you're saying something like clear staff reports, what does that mean?
So with the agenda items, sometimes we get, and I'll just use county council as an example, and I know it's not intentional, but they're, they're very legal in their terminologies, and it's kind of, you have to dig deeper, right, to understand. So that doesn't necessarily give me, so the background might be a little confusing disseminating, so obviously it creates questions, and we would just rather like what the ask is on the agenda items. That kind of gives clarity to the public, to us, and then we have better dialogue, or that's the hope.
But,
Just,
okay,
yeah, common man's language.
okay.
That's the kind of thing, and when you say direct the staff, of course you mean the board would not.
Correct. Well, this is referencing the board, all these items. Yeah.
Okay, so, and it sounds like kind of an executive summary is a little bit of what I'm hearing you say around that piece, or something that's easy to, like you said, understand the ask.
Just, yeah, because every department head has their own frame of mind, which is obviously we respect. But for us, we just want to know, what are you telling us, and what do you want us to do with this information? Do you want us to make a decision? What is your recommendation, right? That kind of information directs our focus on the goal, and ultimately sets clarity to the public too.
Okay, good.
So I'm going to occasionally bring us back to some of the things we said earlier. So that will actually be, potentially could be a protocol, as we were saying, because actually having more clarity in the conversation about what the board really needs, your strategy is absolutely, in my opinion, is absolutely right on. But having it established clearly so that the process with the office and in the county that does that provides support to the board. Getting all of that clear and as a process and procedure.
Correct.
And the protocol could be a way to do that, because
Yeah.
That's so important.
Well, and to your point, transparency could be basically interpreted in different ways, where sometimes it's not even, it's the way that the item is agendized, as far as our interpretation, gets into this back and forth where we're kind of unsure, and then by default creates confusion and might, to a certain extent, create this sentiment of lacking of transparency. And it's like, no, we just really don't have kind of this, basically we don't have a really focused attitude on the agenda item itself. And we're not giving clarity ourselves because we don't have the clarity from the agenda item.
And so clarity is so important. I mean, that's one of the things that is a fundamental part of governance.
Is it okay to have open dialogue about this? Or can I respond, or can we talk, or is it just, they gotta?
And this is not blaming staff or CEO.
No,
We talked about.
I don't know what your,
So it's so just to be clear, so it's on the topic of transparency, the first item. Yeah, and then
Little later.
clarity kind
I
of,
don't know.
yeah, go ahead.
And
I just didn't know what
so we're so
facilitating, how you
in
wanted
terms
to.
of facilitating it, Ray, we're comfortable if everybody else is with taking advantage of the conversation.
Yes,
That's
that
what we
okay?
want to do.
that's actually,
Okay,
I
good.
think, what's
I
best.
just didn't want to walk
So-
in anybody's toes.
So I would think that it's fine.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay,
we're
cool.
using this again as an exercise to stimulate
For sure.
interaction, so.
So one of my thoughts, I was just talking to Supervisor Dirks about it, was we have agenda review, we meet with the department heads, we go through that, and it is a constant work. I mean, the clerks hear it every single agenda review. You need more information, you need to elaborate, you need to get in depth. And I think, staff and administration can attest to that. I was just thinking, maybe with turnover, with staffing, we probably have a training just like this on writing those reports and making sure that people understand that, and just continually have training for staff, because we do our best, and we do ask staff to do that. And behavioral health has been doing a better job. They've been adding more, add more information on the RFP, on the background. Okay, where is this at in the line, the timelines? We need to have more background information. So I do know that we do that, but again, as you saw yesterday, there's a lot of work. We did do some changes too. Just for the record, we added RFP background in the staff reports, general fund, non-general fund funding. We tried to label a lot of different things, so we're forcing staff to actually, get more information in
That's
there.
awesome.
But I think we still can always work on
Yeah.
doing
Hey,
a better
hey,
job.
Ray, this is a minor thing, but you mentioned RFPs. I think in some cases, some of the departments use too many acronyms, and they don't always spell them out. And, it's a simple thing, but for us, it's hard enough, but if the public's reading it, they won't know what the hell they're talking about. There's a lot of acronyms in government.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, and they can mean different things. I had a constituent tell me in a conversation, she's like, thank you so much for explaining the acronym of it, because she's like, it makes so much more sense, and a lot of people don't feel comfortable asking if they don't understand what it is, because they feel like it's a reflection on their own education.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
so, so then people just continue to operate in the dark. So I think, but in looking at that whole process too, if we're asking for more information, does that mean your lead time needs to be longer then too? Or is it just a matter of training?
Well, being honest, no, I mean, being honest, I think that's a good point. Because it does take time to gather information. And we know that this board is new, so we're doing our best to educate, but the same thing is happening with employees. We have a lot of new employees. So they may not know the background of some of the information, and then they gotta go learn it and get it.
And then
So that could have a direct impact, so yes.
And can I elaborate on that too? As admin, you have deadlines, and so I would suggest you adhere to those deadlines. If you have an agenda item that it's gonna go forward, and staff, department head, legal, whomever, has not submitted their background documents, take the item off the agenda, because when we get an agenda item, and we're hearing it, and we are just hearing and seeing the background support on the same day the meeting's being held, it's disingenuous to us as a board. And so if you can hold your staff hard and firm on those deadlines, then they'll do their job more effectively, and then we can do our job more effectively. I think it's only fair.
I agree, and I think, I have to be honest with you, years back, we were doing everything we can just to get the item on the agenda. I think now, we really are starting, I mean, the clerk can talk to it, I think we are doing a better job, but there's still things that fall through the cracks, there's things that still happen, there's an emergency, you know, I got legal over here, oh, we gotta get this in because of a legal matter, or today was a good example. There's an item that is happening this weekend, the fentanyl item. So, I met with the Behavioral Health Board. Okay, it was kind of, okay, we got to get it on, but how do we get it on? Is only meeting, prior to that date. So those are the things that do come up. Things like that happen.
And I just want to,
Schedule well in advance, so somewhere, somehow, somebody dropped the ball, so that you can have.
well, and specifically, if we're going to use this behavioral health example, they had started the process a long time ago, and it got held up in the assessor's office. And when the assessor came back and said, no, you can't do that. Auditor, sorry, Tom.
Tom will
Yeah.
come back and
I
talk
know,
to
sorry. They both start with A. No, I'm just kidding. But in any case, in which they were going by what they felt was right, but at the same time, the grant says that they're able to do it. So with our approval, then they could still use that grant money that way.
Yeah.
And so, but it became a timely issue because of that. So we're gonna have situations like this occasionally, I guess is what I'm saying too. But, like it's gonna happen, but they had started this, I don't know, 5 or 6 weeks prior, and we're like, well, let's go through the system and see what happens. And then sure enough, it came back exactly how they thought it was gonna come back. And then we just ran into a time issue, right?
Okay, so I'm going to move us to the rest of Peter and Colin, if that's
Yeah.
okay.
That's
Sorry
fine.
about that.
You're fine. So open-minded, fair-minded, we had a 4. And the way to improve the strategy would be that we all just respect, and the public's, we respect each other's opinions and the public's opinions in spite of which way it goes, and to really strive not to dwell on votes that don't necessarily go our way.
A lot of what we've been talking about around norms and, okay, good, good.
Learning to forgive, I would say. That's good.
Forgive and forget.
Yeah. Move on.
Not forget, right?
Move on. Yeah.
Okay.
So the next one
Leaders.
is leaders, which to us I think it's simple. It's just lead by example. Oh, we gave ourselves a 3, and emphasize professionalism, which I know is a separate item. So, yep.
Effective, efficient, 4, to really make sure we have clear goals and we're goal-oriented, and to develop processes to get, from point A to point B or Z, kind of what I was talking about earlier with workflow and just clarity with schedules. Yeah, roads.
Oh.
Roads.
Yeah, I got thrown off with the roads. So productive, basically, and Colin's reference point was roads getting fixed, right? So that means keep moving forward aggressively on investment in roads, right? Not taking our eyes off the road, no pun intended. So it's funny because I'm seeing a lot of continuity with all these, but anyway, separate point. Go ahead.
And that was a 2.
Yeah. That was, yeah.
Because
So,
our roads are in terrible shape, and that's
Well,
an
and-
acknowledgement of that.
and well, to be clear, that it's not blaming staff or anybody. It's obviously there's a lot of dynamics to why things aren't getting done.
Progressive, a 3, and then just making sure we have clarity on top priorities in our strategic plan.
Professional, collaborative, we gave ourselves a 3, and that's doing governance sessions.
Like this one.
Yeah, like this. Basically, this is definitely very new to our board. I've gone through this as a school board member, so it's a really good idea because it gets the supervisor into a meditative state of kind of our a little bit of reflection on how we handle ourselves and the relationship we have with the board. So anyways, and then hold ourselves accountable to be professional at all times, right? So the way that we, the way that we handle our attitude towards each other, irregardless of our differences.
And then we listened, we gave ourselves a 4. We said, make sure we have respect with public speakers, hold ourselves to the highest standard, a higher standard when we're communicating and listening, and then prioritizing the consensus of our residents.
Equitable, so this is Supervisor Dirks. So that's 3, right? So our best understanding of that term is to make sure all demographics are considered, and that we consider all groups, minorities, basically, that the impacts are we consider the impacts to all demographics.
And then accountable, 4, and then just said we acknowledge and admit our mistakes when they happen and be open and transparent on all of our decisions.
So if you had to rank yourselves overall, that was really well done in terms of just thinking about each one of those pieces. Did you have a kind of an overall in all that? I mean, I
3.5?
3.5. I'd say about a 3.5. And again, just having thought through each one of those, I thought many of the strategies are things we've already talked about, and I think they're going to echo throughout this training. So thank you.
I think you set a high standard.
Thank you. And we were the quickest.
Oh, I disagree, Bob. So I'm going to let Bob and B go next. I'm just going to stay with my computer.
Well,
'cause it's a little hard to keep up.
we actually, in spite of the fact we didn't get done as fast as these guys, we didn't do them all. We did 4.
I want to hear which
We,
4 you did.
we focused on 4. Although I think we agree with the assessment of the others. We did leadership and compassionate kind of together. We gave ourselves, of the 4, that we gave ourselves the highest mark there. We gave ourselves a 4. I guess to move the needle, pretty much what they said, we need to be more, be professional. But I think, and just, I think it's just be more compassionate. Although it is difficult because you're dealing with issues like homelessness that is, you're trying to be effective and take action, but at the same time, that may not come off as being very compassionate. So you try, it's a balancing act.
Right.
And
No, that was good.
that was good? Okay. So effective, efficient, we gave ourselves a 3 there. We think we need to, at times, make sure we're giving better direction to the CAO when we talk about subject and we give direction to Ray. And we'll ask him, are you good? And Ray's got to be honest and say, if he's not good. But, just make sure we're giving good direction. Also, we need to, and this was mentioned before, always be focused on the goals for the board. So, and what I mean by that is like, again, if our top 5 issues are roads, the library, homelessness, affordable housing, then to be really effective as a board, we need to always keep those in mind and not get sidetracked on secondary issues. And I think we do have a tendency to do that.
Yeah.
And we've talked about that earlier. Why are you laughing? Like we always have a tendency to do that? Is that what you're trying to say, Ray?
He's just looking at the rabbit trail.
It was something that.
And going toward the effectiveness, since 2 supervisors will be departing at the end of the year, we want to make sure that these next 6 months are going to be as effective as possible. And those items that we do prioritize as a goal, that we can show some marked progress, if not completion and checking the box off of items that we have tackled, taken care of, and served our community.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm officially a lame duck, and I would like to get something done in the next 6 months. So, at any rate, and I know Peter would as well. So, okay, and then we had professional collaborative. We gave ourselves the lowest score of the 4 we picked. We gave ourselves a 2.5. You know, and we all know that as a board at times, up here and maybe otherwise, we have not always, you know, set ourselves the highest standard in terms of how we interacted with each other. I know we've talked about a lot of that here today. More training is what we're doing here today, obviously, is very helpful, but also training, whether it be through CSAC or NACO or other things like that. And just being, you know, I think part of it is just being more mindful of the role and the responsibility we have when we're up here. Governance meetings, we talked about that. We think that that'd be a real good thing. So we do discuss these issues and openly work our way through them, and just self-evaluation as part of that whole process.
We weren't too keen on 3 times a year, but at least maybe once a year. You know, sometimes the agendas can be quite lengthy, but at least one opportunity where we can get together and we can talk openly, interact, and then again, using that self-evaluation and making sure that we are on point and following the strategic plan and the protocols that we want to achieve.
Well, that's where the governance handbook and a signature page and kind of an agreement that an annual adoption happens. So yes, great, thank you.
And then the last one we had was accountable. Now, I think our take was a little bit different than Peter's and Collins in terms of what that meant, but we were more thinking in terms of accountable to the public, in terms of, I guess, you know, getting things done and issues addressed, again, whether it be the roads or other things. And again, I keep belaboring this, but make sure that we focus on the key things in our county that are high priorities for the community. So we make progress on those issues, even if it means we need to, not be able to address everything that comes up.
How did you rank yourselves?
Oh, I'm sorry. We gave ourselves a 3 there.
3.
Well done. I really appreciate that you drilled into those, and there was a lot of echoing between the two. Okay, so our last team.
Well, we started talking about a lot of things. So we have a couple things, but I will say that everything that y'all said, and you went all the way down the list, and same thing with Bob and B, we are total agreement on that. And to jump off of the accountability piece, to look at that, we actually talked through like what we could do. And so, Ray, do you want to talk about that for a second?
So I completely derailed everything, so sorry, Betsy.
No, you didn't.
We're looking at strategy and how to address some of these items. So, one of the things is we were looking at accountability, transparency, and then we kind of dovetailed progressiveness in there. And I was viewing it as some of the things that what we do dealing with roads. Well, we need to be progressive, maybe looking at different technologies to repair our roads. But then also too, the accountability piece, and I think that's been a theme throughout this morning and certainly afternoon, and having something in place for the community to be able to verify and see where we're at when we address some of these things, because we are checking the box off on some of these, a lot of them, to be quite honest with you, or they're in progress. Out of sight, out of mind, people don't know. The board members sometimes don't know. The staff do. The staff are working on these items. But it's disseminating that. It's having the ability to have that data readily available to the public and to the board. And that's where we got derailed. So I started going off about how we do that, how we strategize to do that, either looking at a system that can actually integrate into our existing system, into our NOVA system or a new system that we're going to get from the agenda items, as well as something similar to what we do with our CELA system. Our CELA system is a planning system. When somebody goes in and wants to develop something, they go in and they submit their paperwork, the plans and everything, and then it moves through the process, and then they can see, they can actually log in and look and see where they're at. What stage of that process are they at? The same thing with the PRA system. That's what we're doing now. They have a PRA system. People can actually see where things are at. So I'm was viewing it, and that's where we got kind of derailed, is looking at it from a global perspective with all of our items that we have that we take to the board that we're addressing, to have something very similar to that so that people can go to and the board can go to. So anyways, so I think we're not rated very high with that, I think, from a global perspective, but I think we've made some progress. So we were, I think because we've done some things, so I would say probably a 3, I think, is what we talked about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and if I might, using roads, which is our favorite subject, as an example, you're right. I mean, there's actually stuff we're getting done, and, we all get these calls like, why the hell haven't you dealt with Fairview Road yet? And yet it's scheduled. If the public, if we could educate them and they knew that, okay, this section's getting done, then this is getting done, this is getting done, they would see that we were actually making progress, but no one knows.
Exactly.
And so I know we're hiring we're trying to hire a public information officer, but that's always the challenge, getting the word out there. But that would make us look like we're actually getting something done.
Right.
And we are being accountable, but that's the issue.
And I think when we were, sorry,
No,
we
you're fine.
we were discussing the transparency, we were just talking about that, we need to be more transparent, but look at us today, we're doing this training, everything's transparent. We're not in a back room somewhere. A lot of the things that we do is transparent. We have these board meetings, we have the CIPs that we're going over, we have special board meetings, all of that's transparent. But where are the people? They're either at work, they're not able to make it during the board meeting, but there are concerns, they have concerns, legitimate concerns. So how can we make it more readily available, is kind of what we were discussing.
Yeah, and palatable, and it really, the one piece that Ray kind of left off too was the piece of trustworthiness too. Because if we hit all of these things by making the information available, then by default, there's more trust there. Because people can see the process and they can see us move through the process, from the beginning all the way through to when it's completed. And, sometimes things happen and something has to get rescheduled, but at least if there's a system in place, then I was telling Ray there should be, a note system too, like, well, you guys said this was gonna start in, 3 months, and now we're 4 months down the line. What happened? Someone could be able to go in and say, oh, we were waiting on a new shovel for the pothole, or whatever the case may be. And so then that way, it starts to hit all of those different boxes too.
So just a comment, the whole discussion is a perfect example of both system thinking and strategic focus. It's exactly the level that we were talking about in terms of governance.
Would there be a way, just a thought, CAO, to integrate this into the strategic plan? I know we came up with the color-coded for, like, even highlighting kind of the goals, right, as it applies to the agenda, like just basically practical things. When we're talking about roads being fixed, I'm pretty sure if we had a PIO that's putting out that information, Supervisor Kosmicki or Tiffany would love probably to be tagged on, when the road's getting fixed, and, part of the PIO's job would be to make sure that there's, I don't know if it would be, progressive, I guess, to take pictures and then all of a sudden do a Facebook post, share that, tag the supervisors that represent that district, right? Then it kind of creates this public statement and conversation about things that are getting done. Just as a thought, but anyways, that's kind of one idea as an example I had of how the strategic plan could be integrated to the governance handbook.
I agree with you too, Peter, and jumping into this midstream as a new supervisor, I have some experience with strategic plans, so when we get the agenda items, I do look at, okay, what is this hitting? I don't know if everyone really does that, but I think as a reminder to the public too, like, this is why we're talking about this right now. This is the strategic plan. I think every time we do something, we should reiterate that a little more effectively, just to what you were saying too.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And honestly, one final thought is, once you have a strategic plan, then I think it creates a narrow scope of focus for the year for board and ultimately for resource management with our CAO and departments, so that we don't go way beyond that, right? Keep adding to the plate of our staff and then technically slow them down with the goals that we already had set in the beginning of the year, right? So it makes us more efficient and focused, right? I'd rather have one thing done that was really good for our community versus 10 things that never got done because we're so bogged down with work.
Well, and the strategic plan is the bottom line for the board. I mean, the board adopted it. It's the board's strategic goals. Yeah.
When was it done?
That was done.
This comes up a lot in the school districts that we work with around kind of, and this leads us eventually into potential protocols, but making sure that where you can, agenda items are actually linked to, this refers to X priority, and some process that says if somebody comes up with a good idea, it's either in that strategic plan or it gets kicked into an annual goal setting process. I mean, just really, again, thinking about kind of how can you use that system to really maintain that focus on those priorities.
Well, and, I was talking to B about this a little bit. Again, our policy, I don't know if this is a protocol or whatever, but if there's two supervisors that want to have something added to the agenda, then that's what we do, which is worked out, I think, well. The only problem with that is that it means that potentially you have less than a majority, two, that will add something to the CAOs and the county staff's, plate. Now, some things, are not going to necessarily add to their plate significantly, but there are some things that they may have spent a lot of time on. And so I think one question is how do we handle that going forward? So we stay focused, and it may be that before we add something to the agenda, we should, whoever's adding it or whoever's seconding it should be asking the question, is this furthering our strategic plan, is furthering our top 5 goals for this year? If it's not, then, maybe it should not be added to the agenda.
And
You just answered your question, I think.
But I would also add, I get what you're saying with the is 2 enough, but I would just come back with I think 2 is the right number simply because there's the Brown Act issue with the 3,
and I agree. B asked me the same question. I think 2 is fine. I'm just saying that those 2 we need to be asking ourselves before whatever
Right,
2.
right.
Is it really a critical thing to add to the agenda?
Or there could be a way for, and it's, I would want to see, he's in a tough
And
spot.
remember that you always have an option, which is to say, this is a good idea. Did I interrupt?
Yes, you did. Let me
Oh,
just
I
finish really
apologize.
quick.
Oh, go ahead, I apologize.
No, it's okay. I was just trying to make the point, if the CAO could just be upfront with us and say, this is, I don't know if there's a scoring system or timeframes, but, that's a level 2 priority. Just don't, I'll put it on the list, but we're probably not going to get to it for X number of months, and I would be fine with that. I think that
Setting
would,
expectations.
the expectation, that what I meant earlier about tempering expectations as far as getting things back on the next agenda or 2 agendas from now. Maybe it's 6 or 7 agendas from now, and that's all I want to say.
Well, and so just to respond to that, we're having an item this next Tuesday to discuss CEQA, to discuss some of the projects that are in the pipe and what are our priority. We're taking it to the board to get some feedback from the board to give us some direction on what we should do, because there's a lot going on. I don't always know all the details of what's going on in the departments. That's why sometimes when you ask something, maybe, Bob or whoever, and I look at staff, is it doable? Sometimes, because I don't know, they may have a ton of things on their plate, and I don't know. But I do know that when I do respond at times, I've said it, I go, hey, there's a pretty big list. We'll get to it. Well, and a lot of times what we'll do is we'll try to, we have actually a calendar, and maybe what I can do, I'm just thinking out loud now, sorry.
Yeah, it was like.
We have a calendar that, well, not just that calendar, but we have actually a list of requests from the board. And we've actually put dates next.
Yeah,
We've put
exactly.
dates next to the board. And so maybe what we can do is make that more readily available.
Even
so
if
you
it's
can
an
see,
estimate.
so you can see what we're doing and what we're working on, because there is a lot on there.
Well, and it keeps piling on.
Yeah, and you're piling more on. Yeah, so it just, yeah. So, so at times I'll look at that and look at the dates and say, yeah, it's doable, or it's going to come up, get an idea. But then there are some requests that come in that I may have to defer it to a department head.
But again, I think that's where and Colin touched on this, where the honesty comes in.
Yeah.
There are times when you may have to say, look, we can't get this done this year. If you want us to deal with these other, these key issues, you
Well,
got
what
to
if-
make a decision.
Yeah.
You know,
What if, and I think Ray brings up a good point. I mean, just what I'm hearing is it's like a bottleneck list. Like, hey, this is what's already in the queue. That kind of creates a little bit more perspective for the supervisor for us to say, yeah, maybe we should wait. And part of it is setting that expectation. I think even with the agenda review process, as Supervisor Gonzalez had mentioned, that if we have kind of deadlines, then by default, we have to honor at least a process that's consistent, irregardless, right, of kind of timelines, because I think you're not going to create urgency to make sure that they're following through with the presentation process. And I get the whole assessor issue, or not the assessor, the auditor. But ultimately, that's the follow-through part of it, right? So you can't tighten up a system unless you focus on it. Ultimately, my point is the clarity from the actual bottleneck process, and then on our end, knowing basically the agenda review timeline so that we make sure that we honor that also.
So, and I'll just add one more comment to this. So, historically, we've never really, we haven't had this protocol in place where you have at the end of the board meeting,
Future agenda items.
future agenda items. We never had that. This board implemented it. So now we're
We were being progressive.
you guys are being progressive. Yeah. And
Trying to
so-
be progressive, for sure.
So that's another piece of this that, I wanted just to share with you as a reminder that we also need to adjust with that too. And I think, I'll be frank with you, it is building up and the stress levels are there for staff because we're doing a lot.
Yeah.
and that, I'm sitting here, I'm making all these really brilliant comments, and then I think, then you have the people in the audience going after us on SNP, and I'm insisting that we deal with SNP immediately.
Do it right now.
And I guarantee, and I'm trying to be compassionate to those of you listening in, but I'm just using that as an example.
Right.
And I know we are addressing it, but it's not going to be in the top 5 of things that we have as a goal as a board. So it is tricky. I mean, there are things you have to try to react to, and you can't ignore. But anyway, I think the overall direction is important, that we try to, you be honest with us and tell us when, we just got too much on our plate.
Maybe a
Well,
projected
and-
calendar, right, or something like that?
Well,
Go ahead.
Yeah, so one thing I was gonna add and say is also too, that if we have this calendar and we can see it, I know it's like, running a business kind of when you're, trying to tell someone, an employee, like, hey, we gotta do this or that, but you already know what you put on their plate. We don't know what's on the plate. And so now knowing what's on the plate, we can say together, like, okay, well, let's
He's got too much,
put this
let's
aside
wait.
if we really want to move this forward.
That's right.
And then we can let you know, so then that way, you guys have realistic expectations, because you can say, there's no more room on the plate, so what do you want to move? And so, and I think that's fair, if we all
Like a
agree to
projected
that.
calendar or something,
Yeah.
to
You
say
know?
what he has in the queue, and then us know how to move forward from there.
Yeah.
And we can add that.
I'm gonna ask just a quick couple of questions. Betsy, what you just said is asking Ray to be honest and say, there's too much on my plate, what are we gonna let go of? It seems to me that goes into the category of what the supervisors need from Ray to be able
A
to just,
projected calendar.
the projected
Yeah.
calendar for one, but also
But
to be realistic with them
Yeah.
about what in fact, where you've just hit overload, which we can add to that list.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think at the day when Supervisor Tiffany says, hey, where are we at with this? What's going on? And I think I was honest in my reply. Hey, we've met. We thought we had a deal, and we ran up against a brick wall. So we're going back to the drawing board. But yeah. Anyway, but I think that's a great idea, and we could probably add that list in that item. So we'll make it where you can click on it and actually view the item. That's what we can do. Very last item.
And-
So we'll make
and-
it clickable.
And also, it's really important
Data available.
that it's safe for Ray to do that.
Yes,
Gotta be safe.
That's what I was trying.
100%.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Can we all be in agreement?
Yeah, and I was going to add too, that goes back to the communication from you, Ray, because again, you have 5 of us dictating to you what we would like, and if you can just give us back that feedback,
Yeah.
then we realize, okay, you're listening to my concern, but my concern may not be a top 10 priority, so it becomes item number 11. And then it allows us to do whatever we need to do on our individual ends, so that way you and staff are not feeling overwhelmed. Yeah.
sounds like Ray needs an assistant CAO. Just saying.
Okay, so I'm going to suggest that we just take a quick look at the protocols, because what we're starting to talk about is we're starting to develop protocols. So I'm going to put us back in the category where I can actually capture them as protocols. So the list you gave me, and I limited you to 5. And so we have a list of, I think there's probably about 10 that you want to do. One of the things we're going to probably find out from this process is that some will blend into others, or we'll say, oh, well, that really belongs in a different protocol. So what we're going to be able to do today, it's 2 o'clock when we have till 4, so we're thinking we're probably going to be able to cover at least 3 of them. And I'm going to suggest that we kind of sat over here picking and choosing which ones we think we ought to start with. But based on this conversation that you all were having, and it was driven a little bit by some of the things you were saying, Peter, I think we should start with, even though there were 3 of them that had 4 votes, there are a few that had 3, but I think we want to start with strategic planning, role of the Board of Supervisors. We're also going to talk about interaction with county staff, and we're going to talk about handling complaints from the community. Those are the 3 that I think that we're going to touch on. If we have more time, we'll go to more. And otherwise, you'll get to see the process and where we'll be spending a lot of time at our next session. Okay? So there's 2 things we want to do with the protocols. The first is that we want to talk about what is it you're trying to demonstrate with this protocol. So just to begin to, again, capture your thoughts on that. So this one is strategic planning, role of supervisors. And I know some of the things that you were talking about around agenda development, that wasn't one that you all marked as one that you want to talk about, which doesn't mean that it wasn't important, it just wasn't in your top 5. But
It wasn't on there, though, just
it was on this list.
agenda development?
Yes, whoop,
Well, technically, there's like, what I saw, right, one of the items, I forgot which one, but to me, it's kind of 2 things in one.
oh, there's probably several of those.
Yeah, where they're kind of like almost similar.
Right. So we'll find our way into making sure that we end up with the protocols that are actually going to serve you. So we may have to do a little bit of moving and shifting. The strategic planning, though, you started to talk about, again, in agenda development, staying focused on your priorities, et cetera. So what I want you to do is just talk to me a little bit about what is it that you want to demonstrate with this protocol, and then we're gonna talk about what the actual protocol is. What's the process? So in terms of the role of supervisors in strategic planning, what is it you want to demonstrate?
Say that again?
In terms of the role of supervisors related to strategic planning for the county, what do you want to demonstrate in this protocol? What are you trying to accomplish? What are you trying to make clear about how you operate in strategic planning? And why is it important? Thank you.
Just making clear to the public and ourselves our top priorities.
Exactly.
Setting and meeting those objectives.
It's about goals, and if you don't write down goals, you are less likely to meet them.
Right.
And so if we have written them down and are articulating them.
Well, and I would say, and I agree with that, sort of, Drix, but goals that, and then explaining basically creating a process to understand the ability to meet those goals, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if we have an idea
Yeah.
of what a goal is, then we got to break it down into what is the
The
time it's
tactic.
going to take, the money, the energy, like, right?
Yeah, the tactics to
Everything.
get there.
Mhm.
Yeah, how are we going to get there? Not just have a goal, but what is the process to do it? And then I think that goes back to what Ray was talking about. If we have, I called it a timeline, but, you know, just a timeline to the community, like, these are the steps and this is when we think we're going to get them done.
Yeah, I see it as a way to educate, and a lot of it, and we've talked about this, is, you know, how do we get there, which involves revenue often, and you know, so, and that's part of the education. So it's all tied together.
And it also is, we have clear on top priorities, but one of the other things you've said is that, and we're going to stay focused on our top priorities. So, you know, we're not going to derail ourselves, if you will. There, and
Then we have accountability when we have the stated goals, we're working toward them. We have that accountability to check that off, that we are doing what we say and saying what we did.
yep. And also, it sounds like, B, you're saying not only are you doing what you say, but you're also continuing to articulate that through this process, right? So it's an education, both internal and external, right? Okay. Okay, so what's your protocol? What's the process here? Okay.
I was going to raise this up. So no, the protocol, is everyone clear about what a protocol does, everybody? Just wanted to be sure about that, because protocol is actually how you basically set the standard of rules, not really rules, but agreements on how you're actually going to do this.
Well, it keeps falling. That's okay. That's good. Then we'll be a team here. Oh, I like that. That's great. Thank you. Okay. We have a team thing here. Okay, so. So what do you do now related to strategic planning? How's the process work right now in terms of how supervisors are involved in strategic planning, how the county develops strategic planning? What happens?
I'll go ahead and I'll just share what we did with our strategic plan, and then we'll go from there. And then, so back in 2018-19, we started the process, reaching out, and one of the goals that the board, that we suggested from staff as well as the board gave input, was if we implement a strategic plan, we didn't want it to just sit in the bookshelf somewhere and not use it. So one of the things that we developed was having the focus areas highlighted with these little figures here, and they would actually be on every single agenda item that related or was related to our strategic plan. So there was always that vision of going back and what our priorities are. But prior to that, the establishing of it and moving forward in 2019, we adopted it, but we actually invited all the jurisdictions, all the city jurisdictions, to the strategic plan, and we wanted to have kind of a community-based effort to get input. So that was one of the things that we did do. And then breakout sessions, and then it was multiple days. And then we actually had staff that would actually go through and actually work on it over a period of time. And then at that point, then the board adopted the strategic plan. We were gonna bring this back this year at a retreat, but then I think the retreat was just a long day. Our meetings have been very long, so we weren't able to actually revisit this with the board, but I think that would be something to do. And typically what we have done is the year prior, we did go over a strategic plan and go through it with the board. I think it was 2 years ago, if I recall correctly. But the plan really is to go, and we were in COVID, there was a lot kind of happening that kind of threw things off. But our plan was to continue to revisit this at the retreat to make sure it was in line with the board, the new board, or whatever board we had at that particular time. And typically, board retreats are in February or March.
So the board adopts a multi-year plan.
Well, yeah, it's a 5-year plan. That's correct.
I was going to just raise the issue that I think we need to be clear on what we're talking about when we're talking about strategic planning, because this was adopted by a prior board, and
Prior
I
board.
understand, and like one of them, for example, is technology, one of them is community engagement. These are broad strategic goals. But I think that when we've been talking up here about wanting to get certain things done, what are our priorities, we're not talking about those. We're talking about roads, homelessness, affordable housing. Those are maybe not strategic plans. Those are more goals or objectives or, whatever the nomenclature. So I think we just need to be clear what we're talking about. I think that I'm thinking more in terms of, these goals that we would like to see us make progress on this year. They probably fall under one of these 5 strategic plans.
They do.
Yeah, it does.
But they're more specific than just a strategy.
Yeah, I think if I'm not mistaken, CAO, that's how it works.
That-
But for me, that means, which is what my assumption of what the intention was, is this is a broad document which kind of creates focus and kind of creates different layers of ways that we want to engage, right? So there's like operational development and excellence, that to me is county-wide, right? When it comes to operations, planning for sustainable growth, that obviously has to do with what you mentioned, housing, right? We want to make sure that we have affordability and have a strong economy. So all these things touch on it. So I think that's kind of the phase 2 of the strategic plan, is actually applying those goals underneath these terms. And that way it kind of gives us a little bit more of the next steps for success, right? When we start to create metrics and go into the next level. So this is actually an excellent start. Now with what you're talking about is basically bringing it back and setting direction and creating goals.
And that's exactly what I was going to say too, is that going to be part of the next piece that we work on? Will we have the ability to do that, is set those goals together? And
That's probably not going to be part of our work with you. Is that
Okay.
what you're thinking, Betsy?
That's governance related, yeah.
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 And I would
So we
sug-
need-
oh, I'm sorry.
No, real quick. So we need to have like a special discussion meeting maybe? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's whatever that process is you might use.
Yeah, I would suggest, because of this dynamic of the strategic plan comes from a prior board, the boards change, and even in recent years, there's fairly dramatic turnover, and I think that's probably a trend that may continue. People just may want to serve 4 years, Bob's serving 2. Yeah, right. So I would suggest having a strategic plan and amending it, like, say, every 2 years because of the cycles, and just not necessarily rewriting it, but amending it as you go every 2 years. But then with that, updating it every 2 years. But I would also say to have a plan to do more of an overhaul, maybe say every 8 or 10 years. But then also with the goals, I would say every year, we just, like we did this year, top 5 issues at the retreat. And I think that's fairly productive. And just so every year the board has specific issue-oriented goals as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, and I agree with Supervisor Kuzmic. I think we're on the same page. The way that I see that is, it's like kind of this becomes a general plan of our goals for the county, right? For the Board of Supervisors and the will of the intent of the will of the board. I think governance, personally, fits perfectly under the first goal, or under the strategic plan, which is operational development and excellence. And this gets more granular. So the way that I understand it is these 5 each one individually gets more granular, right? Because then you start to create kind of its own subsidiary, like an operational development process. So for this, bottom line is when I'm thinking about protocols, I'm thinking about the agenda process, right? Setting clarity with transparency, all this stuff that we're talking about. So if you want to take it to that next step so that we can maybe
So
focus.
at least what I'm hearing you suggest, Peter, and let's see if it resonates with everybody, is that, overall, the board's role is to ultimately adopt a multi-year plan.
Correct.
Now you're starting to talk about what's going to happen on an annual basis, and how can you make sure that your agenda development, that there's clarity about, you're always focused on the priorities, that somehow you have processes that make sure that as you're adding things that aren't in this, the strategic plan's so broad, so on an annual basis, you're probably going to streamline it, right? So within our strategic plan, these are our priorities for 2022, 2023. So you have a process to identify what those priorities are embedded in your strategic plan. Am I hearing that
Yep.
correctly? Okay.
And I think the challenge is oh, it's okay.
I can write while you're talking.
Is fitting, is the balance between the focus of staffing developing the strategic plan, and then how granular, which is a great word, I think, in this context, the board's going to get relative to that. So that there's clarity about what the nature of the board's concern, or, for example, which is all in the board's turf area, which you were talking about, what we'd like, potentially like to renew in 2 years. Those are all things that can go, they're not decisions, because the full board, it's the kind of thing the full board has to debate and has to discuss.
Well, and it's all consistent though with our duties as supervisors, which is to either tighten up or clarify policy, right? So that way, whatever the process is, it's consistent and there's clear direction.
But it's an example of also the collaborative work with the CAO and the staff, and taking the conflict, and then figuring out and working together to figure out where do we interpose, it gets to the role issue. At what point are we involved, and at what point is this all staff work and that kind of thing? And I think the protocol concept is something that governs the board's part of that.
Yeah. Well, the hope is too, I would imagine that what we create is you're not tearing down the foundation and rebuilding it again, right? You're just building upon that foundation. So if anything, you're making it better every year, and that's the goal. Right?
You're making the process better.
Better,
each year.
correct, yeah. So if there's, we just talked about the agenda. I mean, we keep going back to that as an example, is there's always ways to get better, and there's certain ideas that we just shared today on how to make that better, and that's going to help us with better direction and policy application.
So role of the supervisor then, in terms of the protocol, do we want to add in here that agendas are linked to we identify the linkage on agenda items to
That's
the
one.
strategic priorities?
And you do that.
They do that already, yes.
Good.
Timelines, or respecting the agenda review process.
Say that one more time, Peter?
Respecting the agenda review process, so making sure that we meet deadlines.
So keep going with that. Tell me how that links.
Well, basically, when the agenda is created, we don't keep compounding, or we don't complicate it by adding things last second, right? Like maybe part of it is creating a clearer process to say, hey, guys, this is your official deadline. I'm giving you time. Make sure that you get it done, so that way it doesn't get dropped in last second, which is not the will of the board.
I think that's what Supervisor Gonzalez was saying earlier about just following those guidelines.
Yes.
And, I know we have talked with staff about that, and we have been doing a better job, but I think we can be even more forceful from administrative staff perspective. And if those reports and those attachments, resolutions, whatever else are not done by the due dates, it gets pushed to the next meeting, which is fine with the clerk. The clerks will be very happy.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of time and energy, right?
A lot of time and energy. There's emails every board meeting that they send out that, okay, this item needs to be finished, you need to attach this item. They go through every single
Well,
item.
ultimately, just my understanding, that creates redundancies that, you know, the clerk is asking things and, hey, it's missing this, it's missing that. She has to go back to look at it again to see if it's better. If not, you have to go back and re-email them, kind of.
Yeah, and so ultimately, hearing what I hear, I think, by the board, I think this is very helpful for us, because now if the role of the board is to say, hey, this is the policy, everybody needs to adhere to it, including us as the board, we're good with it. Will follow that. I have no problem with that. Yeah.
I also wanted to clarify one more thing about protocols. We will take this and we'll write it up as we heard it, and it'll come back to you. So this is not your only shot at this. It'll come back and you can say, no, that's not what we want. Just wanted to say to be conscious.
And to add to that, I mean, yes, thank you, we will do that. This, in the agenda review process, again, the protocol, this could be a protocol about agenda development. But what I'm hearing you say, at least right now, and we'll see what happens when we write it up, is that staying focused on priorities is so critical that you really want to make sure that every step of the process really continues to maintain that focus on your priorities. That's what I'm hearing. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything else that you'd want to add in here in terms of the role? I saw an annual process, so, and you called it a retreat that you have annually?
Yeah, we have an annual retreat.
And there is, I'm going to say one thing, Davis, and I'll give it to you.
Strategic planning retreat? Is that what you're talking about?
It's just a board retreat.
Okay.
Every year we typically have one, and we've also added other educational meetings for the board as well, the last year or two.
Because the board retreat's different, even the way it's agendized, because it's
It's a special meeting.
open dialogue, special meeting.
Yeah, it's kind of like what we're doing
Like
here.
today.
Yeah.
Ray, do you connect with the strategic planning? Is the budget planning process somehow connected to this? How does that work?
Yeah, it's part of it. It has to be, because without the budget, you
Right.
can't fix the roads. So
Exactly.
it's all
So I'm
it's all
wondering if
intertwined.
we want to link that in here
I
somehow.
think so. I think it's up to the board. I think
Link.
the financial element to it, right? The budget
Right.
piece,
So
the
in
budget.
terms of a cycle, so for instance, if we say an annual process, it's probably before your budget process. In other words, you're trying to make sure that you're looking at your priorities before you're looking at the budget, so that they can line up. So it's
Oh,
an
got
alignment
it.
issue.
And-
It's an
and
Typically,
alignment
that's what it is.
That
That's
makes
typical.
sense,
issue. I'm
yeah.
going to put alignment in here.
There you
Yeah,
go.
That's fine.
And I-
Budgetary alignment.
And I would just add that, maybe the closest to the beginning of the year as possible. I know there's time off in January, but because new board members come on every 2
Yeah.
years.
Yeah.
And I know we do that, but
Well, that's kind of so that is the board retreat then?
yeah, yeah.
Because that's the onboarding of the new board members. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Right.
Your point, the point that you made about the board supporting the strategic plan, and is that something that should be in the protocol that says what you were saying?
Well, I think it's twofold. I think the boards need to have input on the process. So what I heard is every 2 years, look at that. I think Supervisor Kosmicki stated that, and then having input with it, and then adhering to that.
It's the hearing part, I think, is appropriate in the protocol. That it will keep the board aligned with the
Well, and that's that would be tied to the calendaring, right? Because then at that point, you got to make sure you calendar these
Right.
dates and set everything in place.
Absolutely, and so I think, again, it links back into the agenda. I mean, we'll work on sort of creating a whole cycle that you're identifying through this process that is around alignment and adherence and being able to support staff and understanding what the process is for how you address the board requests. Okay,
Awesome.
okay, good. So we
Is
can-
there, to Supervisor Kosmicki's point, would it fit in this one, dissemination of information? With the PIO, is that too much? Should we maybe consider that down the road. Do you know what I mean? Like, basically, this has to do with us managing the meetings and more efficiently, but then that information gathering that we're using at the same time to educate the public on what we have going on, you know, what exactly the board did within the meetings, or what is the goal that the board set, and how are we making sure the public is being educated? I mean, I'll just use a simple, hot example, which is the whole land use initiative, right? I mean, that's something that we're talking about, and without getting partisan, it's just focus on making sure the public understands the implications of something like that.
Yeah, I think it makes sense certainly to inform the public as far as what the board's goals are
Yeah.
at the beginning of the year, and then as we go through and we, you know, achieve certain things that, you know, explain to them, or, you know, maybe there's something that comes before us that is not a priority, and, you know, but I think you're right. We need to make sure the public knows what our goals are.
Yeah.
Right, absolutely. So I think, again, we'll write this up and include that, but I think the whole public communication piece, you know, these are.
That's
board
its own
priorities. It's
business
gonna-
right there, yeah.
Yeah,
And I'm
yeah.
just thinking it's like basically it's gonna be a whole nother layer, so I don't know if it would just, maybe it should be focused at first on just a policy around the dissemination of information, right? What exactly, right? Because you can get as granular as you want, or maybe just as broad as you want. But maybe just at least first starting with talking about a policy, a PIO policy, and making sure the board adopts that.
Yeah, I mean, but I think this particular item is role of the supervisor, correct? This is
Right.
what this is. And I think kind of refocusing, I think having it, I think it's good because the supervisor, the role of the board as a collective body, you guys give direction. And I think having that disseminated to the public, or there being an awareness of those activities like we just talked about putting in place an application where people can see what's happening with some of the decisions that your board make collectively, I think is important. So that element I think is good, but I think that's a whole nother separate thing too.
It is
The
a
PIO,
separate-
that's a whole nother thing that we could work on, I think, separately.
So start with dissemination of information and then see where we
It's
go
up
from there.
to your board and up to, I mean, that's, yeah.
Well, and, you know, we haven't talked about this, and I don't know if this is part of listing, but also what is not our role? You know, we've been talking about what our role is, strategic, setting goals, working toward those goals. But then we talked earlier about our role shouldn't be getting too much into the weeds, shouldn't be getting, you know, going individually and directing staff, you know, so that's also part of this whole discussion as well. I don't know if it fits right there, but I think that's a real key thing as a board that we need to clarify among ourselves, because I think we all realize to a lesser or greater extent, we've crossed the line at times in terms of getting too, you know, day-to-day kind of stuff. It's
And-
really the county staff's job.
Are you talking about the information sharing, or?
No, just, you know, I'm talking about, you know, me calling Jason.
Fix
about
roads.
Fixing a pothole.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Santa Road.
Yeah,
And I
the roads,
think-
as always.
Just to add to that too, if we, you know, can all agree, and if there is an issue that we have with a staff member, that we go to Ray first and we address the issues with that staff person. It's really not, at least in my opinion, maybe I'm alone in thinking this, but it's not our job to dress down a staff member or whatever the case may be. And I'm talking about in public or in private. And I really think that if there's an issue or we see a concern, that we need to go to Ray, and I would like that to be a protocol too.
Yeah.
And then that way Ray can address the situation with their department head, if it's, you know, someone in a department or with the department head directly. And then, you know, it really makes it clear where our boundaries are too. And again, because we're here to do policy, we're not HR or whatever the case may be. And, you know, Ray can talk to Henny. We have an HR person now, so.
Can I add a postscript to that? It's not dressing down the staff and dealing with those issues That's not part of the governance job. That's not governing. And particularly since as we were discussing, there's no individual authority for the board. I know that in my own board, we had a rule, you may never criticize publicly a staff member because it's a demeaning, but the CEO is open. I mean, the CEO works for you. You can take it out on the CEO if you have to, but you can't take it out on the. But you cannot do it. I mean, it should be a real forbidden thing because it'll destroy coherence too on the board, very fast.
I think that's what you said, Supervisor Burks, yeah.
So Betsy, do you want to say that one more time in terms of the rationale? Is the give me your language again.
No, I have to think about what it is. Can we roll the tape back? So I was just saying that I think it's within our purview that if we have an issue with any staff member at any level, that we first address it with Ray and let Ray handle our CAO, I guess I should say.
First name's fine.
Yeah, if we're doing, protocol, so. So then that way Ray can address the situation because as you just said, we're doing policy, we're governing, and that's really, HR issues are really not our responsibility. And that's in public and private and, we're a reflection of the county, and I feel like, and maybe it's my public relations background that starts to come into play here, but I don't care if the house is burning down. We need to, as we are the face of the county, we can address it internally and, and take steps to fix things, but we need to make sure that we're cohesive and we're supportive of our staff. And if there are issues that we can address those issues. And of course, I guess if there is an extreme situation, nothing's getting done, well, then I suppose we have to, have a conversation about that. But, for the most part, if there's something we're disappointed in or don't like or whatever, we don't need to address it directly with someone. And we certainly don't need to do it in public. And just to reiterate, because Babs, you said that too, even if we have an issue with you, Ray, I feel it's inappropriate to do that in public as well. Yeah.
Would it make sense, because this is shifting away from, I think, the old way of doing things, like Bob said, we were kind of told when we got on the board, hey, just put Jason, you can call Jason. What about CCing, or is that still kind of putting pressure on the staff, like you better get this done? CCing this, emailing, because I'll try to email. In the past, I've emailed a Ray. For an example, I got an email today. Somebody at, I'm not going to say the street, is cleaning a bunch of portable toilets along the road on a residential property. Who should I complain to? These are things that come up on a fairly daily basis, and I feel like Ray's is going to get this massive pile of, things to do. And so I'm just wondering, do I just forward that to Ray or do I CC the staff member or the department
Well, I think
head?
that we'd talk to Ray and see what he thinks, because there are certainly processes where that's what happens, where he gets CC'd, you go directly to staff person, but you CC Ray so that he knows, because his responsibility is to manage workload. So, but you all decide that.
I think, and Betsy was touching on this earlier, I think there's some things that we all get, complaints about or emails about or calls about. There's probably half a dozen areas. I mean, roads, potholes, of course, is one. Code enforcement issues is another one. I know that's one of Betsy's favorite. For whatever reason, all her District 1 people have code enforcement issues.
They just don't like their neighbors.
But but as I think if we'd established I don't know if it's the right word, but like a protocol or a process for, when you get that, like you just said, we know who it goes to. And there's a process where it's passed on to that, maybe Ray's copy is passed on to that department head. you're not, you're not directing the person to deal with it, but you're passing it on, or whatever the process is. We come up with that process, and then we know how to handle it without,
Right.
having to get ourselves in the middle of it.
It's very similar to negotiations. When we go through the negotiation process, you keep arm's length. You do not get there and get on the table and start talking to these folks. That's not your job. Individually or even collectively, that's the HR's job. That's whoever we hire to address that, and that's the proper procedure. So in this case, I know we have an Arcella system. I know there's a system online that you can, and I think even our main page, pothole, you can click on that and go there. I just need to verify that works and what the process is, and maybe coming back to this board and presenting, these items. Maybe we could do is, what I would probably like to receive from you is maybe a list of the top 10 items that you, individually, what the issues you get, and then I'll work with staff on making sure that we have a system, because really what I would suggest is keeping an arm's length. Here, this is direct you to the county webpage, and this is where you go to do that.
And Ray, we just need, as I think I can speak for all of us up here, we just need confidence that when we direct someone or we forward or whatever, that there's someone from staff that then responds to that constituent, so that we don't, 2-3 weeks later, the constituent comes back to us and said, you know what, I haven't heard Jack.
That was the point that I was saying, is that
The
what we were
system.
just talking about a few minutes ago with Betsy, and is really we need to have a solid system in place that addresses everything. It's the activities that the board does. It's potholing. It's a one-stop shop, so to speak, where you have the ability to monitor and see what is happening. So the public does, you do.
And you get notifications, right?
I potentially could. I don't. I mean, those are things we'll have to work out.
A lot of the times the issues follow through from our side, like.
But I do. Yeah.
Get busy.
Yeah.
And then I think there's also some other than constituent complaints that we're talking about right now. Like, for example, last evening I had a meeting that, Steve and I worked together, put together with, Stonegate and Tres Pinos Water, and, anyway, so we had this meeting together. What is the process? Should I go to you, Ray, and I say, I'd like to set up this meeting, with these people, I'll work with Steve on it, is that okay? Or should I go to Steve on that? Those are things that I think as a board, we need to kind of.
Well, I think
sort
as a
through.
board collectively, you should. Again, I'm just going to rephrase this and restate this. I've always allowed the board to work with the department head. I think it's important that you have a relationship. Part of it is we're one deep. Part of it is I'm in meetings all day long for multiple days straight, so I don't have time to go through my email until late at night or in the weekends or whenever. So sometimes I'll miss things. So if there's things that come up, but I also know that there's a lot on their plate. Every board meeting, there's just, there's more and more things that are being added for agenda items and other things that are coming up. We have big projects coming down the pipe that legal's involved, the planning department's involved, outside counsel's involved. So there's a lot of things that are mounting we really don't, we're one deep. We don't have a lot of staff. So I would say, I would probably say I need to think about that and probably work with the department heads on that, because I just don't want to come back. I think it's important that you have the ability to work with the department heads, but the thing is, they're going to say yes every time.
That's right. I
And
mean,
that's
the
that's
problem,
part
and
of
that
the
was brought
problem.
up earlier, when
That's the
when
problem.
I call, they're gonna say, well,
Sure.
I gotta do what
The board's saying, and I
tells me.
think it's kind of unfair at times.
Right.
And really, you should go to me.
Yeah, because it's difficult, because, as Betsy said a long time ago, we don't have staff. So the department heads are kind of our
Staff, exactly.
Otherwise, it's just you.
Yeah.
You and Barbara for legal, but otherwise, it's all you.
Oh.
And, we had that chart where we're all going like to ag, but I don't know if it's good for it all to go to you.
No, I don't
either.
think so either.
We need to work this through.
Yeah.
Because
This is really important.
it is
This is
tricky.
probably one of the most important things.
And
we
I think
probably need to-
that was kind of my point earlier, is just like a follow-up system to help. I don't know what that would look like exactly, but, you know, I like I said earlier, for me, the protocol is department heads, that's an important relationship to have with them, to get to know them, to get to know their departments for the educational side of it, and to ask questions if they don't have the answer, or if there's an issue, it's not for me to present it to them, it's for me to present it to my CAO to address it.
Right.
But my point in any department head communication is just to get feedback from them or education. That's it.
And-
So I think if we do that, I think we'll be more successful.
And it's not always just a complaint, so that's the issue. It's, you know, there's different ways you need to communicate these things. Like somebody might have a question on something. So do I,
That's what that's
you know,
what the
and
department
my
head's for.
suggestion would probably be, I don't know about this, you know, I agree with Bob. I would be concerned about, and I'm not trying to, this isn't a criticism of staff, it's just that there's a separation of accountability. You know, if somebody calls me or complains and I tell them, here, go fill out this form, they might be turned off by that because they're expecting us as their representative to, you know, to deal with the issue. But B, then there's that separation of we don't know they're going to ask us, well, what's going on a week from now? They're going to come back to us, and then we're going to have to say, well, I don't know. You filled out a form, you put it into the system. So then we're still going to have to go back and check. So I would suggest, if the staff was okay with it, that we just have a very simple system of emailing, because then it's on paper. We don't need to get into do this or that. It doesn't, and if the staff understands, I'm not being disrespectful here. I'm just forwarding the email to you and CCing Ray, so that you know that this is an issue that, and then you could communicate with them, and you could communicate back to us, like, hey, that's not on their plate. They can't deal with that, or they said this or that, or answering the question in some way at some point when you can get to it. I don't know. And I've done in the past, I've just done FYI, because I don't know how to do it in a way that's not putting pressure on the staff. I'll just say FYI and send it to Ray and the CC, the department head. Right. But I would be fine. I'm not trying to be impersonal here, but I would be fine just this email on the porta potties, just forwarding it to Ray and the department head. I don't need to hear back from the department head. I would prefer to hear back from Ray, so that the department head doesn't feel like, well, I better get back to the supervisor or else, I'm going to get written up or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah,
That's fair.
to your point, yeah, I think maybe that's why what did you say it was, Ray? Celis system?
Arcella.
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 Yeah, because if in my, in perfect world it's something that you input that information, it basically automatically touches the right departments. You can get a follow up basically from that, and that way for me, I'd be calling the constituent. Hey, just let you know, I got your email. I'm going to try to address the concern. I don't have an answer for you now. But then you're not having to worry about, I have to remember. The system will basically, or Ray will follow up and basically say, hey, I'm getting back to you. This is the issue. This is how we're going to fix it. Or why we can't, whatever that is, you have a response, and then we can follow up with the constituent ourselves.
Yeah, I was just going to say, because that is a concern, and why I go ahead and do forward those things. Because I want to make sure, like you said, Colin, if someone's like, okay, well, they just come back. I don't want to just say, here's a link, watch the video, that kind of thing. So, but what I wouldn't be opposed to is forwarding it on, letting the constituent know, hey, I forwarded on your, your request. Someone's going to reach out to you. And then I'm okay with, maybe it's not Steve, but someone else in the office taking that person, Steve can forward it to whoever he needs to forward it to, and then they contact the constituent and say, hey, I need you to fill out this form. But at least they've been touched by someone from that department.
And I think the
then they
personal
know-
is important.
Yeah, and then they know, okay, so maybe they're still doing the process, which is what we want them to do, which is fill out the form, so you're in the queue in the right way. But then they know that, there's somebody like that we did send it on, that we listened and heard them,
Yep.
and that somebody from that department contacted them.
Yep.
That's fair.
But again, it's not just complaints, so.
No, it's like,
Questions, it runs the gamut. I think complaints is a whole category.
Yeah, in some
Yeah,
departments,
all
like
kinds.
code enforcement has a complaint kind of a form, but
yeah, but, yeah.
But I think the way you're suggesting, Betsy,
I think that's good.
makes sense.
That's
But as you were saying earlier, Ray, I think maybe you go back, talk to
Yeah,
your department
yeah.
heads.
My next department head meeting.
Work out a
You guys tell
process.
us what you're comfortable with.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's ultimately what I
Yeah.
wanted to talk with them
And,
about it.
and
Yeah.
just to be clear, it's not just also for constituents, it's also for us. So if we have something, again, I use that as example, I'm working on water issues with Stonegate. It's in my district. So, Steve's part of that, Reed's part of that, but I don't want to be, again, overstep my bounds in terms of them feeling like they've got to do what I tell them to do. So how do we handle those situations too? Without putting it all the burden on you,
Yeah.
24/7.
Right.
So,
Right.
anyway.
That's just.
I got it.
Got it.
So I think in the interim, I think what was just said from Supervisor Cosmic and Supervisor Dirks, I think just keep doing that. And then I'll get back to the department heads, because, in the interim, we still gotta run business, so, and then I'll come back to you and we'll talk about this some more. And maybe have some answers by the 21st.
So, I'm trying to keep up with you both, but with all, but we're talking about two different protocols. We're talking about interaction with staff, and we're talking about handling complaints.
Well, that's how it happens.
Well, one of the ways, right?
They're connected, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, they're certainly connected. So, in terms of, I think I'm going to give it a second so that Ray can.
And while they're talking, I was gonna make one suggestion on interaction with staff. I'm hopeful that we can have some sort of protocol to give positive recognition to staff at some point. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what that might look like, but I would like to see us as a county and as a board be more positive with our staff and have more of a structured format to really recognize staff when they do good things.
So Henny and I just had a conversation, I feel like it was yesterday, but it was. Okay, good. And so Henny and I just had a conversation exactly about that, Supervisor Kosmicki, and she has some really amazing ideas, and that she's taking from where she used to be, which I think they're amazing, I guess I'll say. But in any case, addressing that too, because it was a concern I had, and we were just chatting, and it kind of evolved into that conversation. And so I think, but in any case, I think once some things get decided on and established, because I think you're right, we need to have some protocols for staff recognition. Yeah.
That's great. So, so it sounds like in both of these, there may be some next steps in terms of really how to develop that. But the protocol sounds like you're going to develop a plan, right? And maybe it's on an annual basis you look at it to make sure it's working, but develop a plan annually for how you recognize your staff and celebrate. Is that fair to say? Okay.
This also, as usually, covers this, like, the issue of information, of where you get information, how often, things like that. And often the protocol will also include some things like, if the request from the supervisor is simply for information, that's one thing. If the request is going to require any allocation of resources or time, unusual time for the staff member, that can only be made by a request of the Board of Supervisors. It cannot be made by an individual. That's an example of a protocol that happens quite frequently and seems to really work, because it doesn't inhibit your ability to get questions answered. Because the questions, you've got questions on the agenda, you've got questions, backup questions, but it doesn't require, it's like, so I want to study, if you want to study,
How's that sound, everybody? Okay, we'll draft that then. And there is the concerns piece, which is when you have concerns with staff, those concerns you go directly to the CAO. Right? That good, right?
Agreed.
Yeah, okay. So, yes, and what's been really, I think, valuable about our conversation today is that we'll be able to embed a lot of what we're hearing about what's important to you. That will go into both rationale and also process. Handling complaints, we got a little stumped, as far as I can tell, in terms of, again, what's the best process. And certainly the rationale is that you're responsive, you listen, that personal contact is really important. That's what you're saying. You've also identified that in not having staff yourself, a lot of things do come directly to you without any place to take them. So with that said, at least what I've heard so far is that the agreement is that if something like, Colin, what came to you today, that you're going to forward that to staff with a copy to Ray, right? That was the process that you agreed upon, and that you're going to let the constituents know that that's what you did, right? That's what I heard so far. The other thing I heard was, Ray, you're going to go back to the department and talk about it.
Yeah, and we do have, I mean, a lot of departments have, like was brought up, there, you know, the enforcement. There are things already in place. I know the front page, that was one of the requirements that the board had asked for when we developed our web page, to have a pothole section. So you can click on that, report a pothole. So we do have those mechanisms and tools in place already. I guess where I was a little bit stumped, maybe not stumped so much, but was the concern that Supervisor Tiffany had was, is it going to go in a black hole? Where's it going to go to? How are you going to respond to your constituents? I think Supervisor Dirks kind of said the same thing. How are we going to reply? And those are the things I'm unsure of with the tools we have in place right now, and why I think having something very transparent, like in our cellar, where people can log in and actually view their tickets, or like the PRA item where they can view what is happening and who's actually working on it, I think would be very beneficial for the community, for any one of the items that Supervisor Kosmicki had mentioned. So anyways, it's just that's what was processing in my mind when we were discussing all of that. But I think we just need to have more of a robust system, I think, would be the approach.
Communication.
And work on what we have, evaluate what we have, and maybe have to fine tune and tweak some things. So,
Would that work like a work order kind of program of some sort, where something is
Yeah.
submitted, a request, and then we would be able to see the follow-up,
Yeah.
the status and so forth, and who's going to be
Kind
responsible?
of, yeah. And ultimately, we have things in place how to put in a ticket and how to, you know, with some of those things. But I just don't know
What it looks like yet.
how good they are in responding and making sure we are responsive. And that's my concern. I think your concern, and what was kind of my concern as well.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it, some people are much better than others about returning phone calls or returning emails. But you can easily make a matter worse if the constituent doesn't ever hear back.
Right.
And it makes us look bad, and it's gonna make the county look bad, so we gotta figure out that. But I do think it makes sense, because as was said earlier, much earlier, I think Betsy was talking about this, is it's not fair, really, in terms of fairness, for someone to call me, they know I'm gonna get it handled, and call the right department head, and they got it taken care of like that, and then there's someone else who doesn't, they're shy, or they don't know, and then, no one ever helps
Right.
them, so.
Or doesn't know
that's
the
not-
system,
that's not
doesn't,
fair.
yeah, right. Doesn't know who to call, or, yeah. Okay.
In my mind too, they actually are using the system the way they're supposed to be doing it. And so they're actually following the rules, and then they're kind of penalized because they didn't jump to the front of the line. They're waiting in line, whereas I kind of feel like, and I get it too, some people maybe don't know how to do it. And so, but it's essentially it's cutting in line, and, we're facilitating that as well, which, depending on the situation. And sometimes I've had people call me and they said, I did this months ago. And then it's, I think, totally appropriate, for us to follow up.
Right.
And, in those cases as well. But because sometimes I'll be like, did you like, what's been your process? And they're like, this happened to me 5 minutes ago and I called you. I'm like, okay, well, and then, or, like I said, someone a couple months ago and they've been trying, and for whatever reason, it's not resolved to their satisfaction. So.
All right, so clearly what you said is there's some work here, but also I heard, really wanting to create the most fair system you possibly can so that everybody understands that they're going to be treated the same way. And closing the loop sounded like another piece, knowing that in fact, if it went out there, somehow it had some kind of a resolution or at least a response. Okay, well, we'll work on this, and we're leaving you with some actions on this one, Ray, I think. So.
And also just a quick comment. As you know, a number of people just, they really want to be heard. They want to be listened to. And that's really important, and I think this process can provide that. If they're not listened to, they're being really critical. Not so much that it get fixed, or they listen.
Right. I agree.
So does everybody want to do anybody need a 5-minute break? Okay, so shall we do it 10?
No, 5 minutes is good.
5 minutes is good, okay. one more, and then I think we'll begin to close up for the day. Role of advisory boards, and we had a couple of you check this as a protocol you'd be interested in. So why don't you tell us a little bit about what is the role of advisory boards right now?
Advisory board?
Yeah.
Who's that? Oh,
Parks and Recreation, Emergency Services.
oh, advisory
Board.
boards.
I mean, we,
Got it. Our committees.
Behavioral Health Board,
Right.
Community Development Board, or, I mean, Community Services Board, there are a bunch of them.
Yeah. Well, there's a little bit of distinction though, because the planning is kind of a decision body.
So are we talking
No,
about
we have the
committees,
final
or
say.
we're talking about, like you're saying, Joel, something other than committees? Because there's two separate things.
Because planning does make decisions.
The Planning Commission has several roles. One is as an advisory body as far as the general plan or zoning ordinance. They make recommendations to the board, but they also are the decision-making body as far as tentative subdivision maps or conditional use permits or other types of things that are subject to an appeal to the board. So they don't make a final decision, but they can make a decision subject to a right of appeal.
So my question to you is, what is the role of supervisors related to your advisory bodies?
On some of them, you have supervisors sitting on them. So if we're looking at Planning Commission, Parks and Rec, LAFCO and COG, AMBAG, there's some supervisors sitting on those advisory, and then there's others that these supervisors aren't. So I see it as two different roles in that.
Okay.
So what exactly are we referring to?
Well, I guess I'm going to send it back to you because, you know, when we develop a list of protocols, we try and customize it as much as we can. But in this instance, I'm not sure that
Well, I mean, there is a general, I think, that the application of each commissioner committee is basically information gathering and developing an expertise in a specific goal or purpose. So that way that brings, because it's still the minority of, even if it includes board members, it's the minority, which by default makes it non-decision making. And it brings it forward to us so that we can have the final say depending on the information that we gathered from them.
So is it something that is it helpful to have a protocol around?
I think so. I mean, I think because there are varying levels of authority, I would say. You know, I brought up at a recent meeting about wanting to discuss the Planning Commission in particular and the level of authority they have. So I'm of the belief that advisory boards, whether it's an ad hoc, whether it's a committee, whether it's a commission, are strictly there for recommendations. And we should take those recommendations seriously. There's a reason why they're appointed, but they should be there for recommendations only. And anything beyond that, for me, is very problematic because of they're not elected, and we're the ones that are ultimately held accountable. So yeah, I just feel very strongly and that it's very clear that those committees give recommendations, and that it is our job to listen to those recommendations.
But there are differences. I agree with you on that. But then, for example, COG or LAFCO, those are separate.
And those are more regional, right?
Yeah, separate, or AMBAG, those are separate commissions or boards that we sit on, but they themselves they are decision-making boards and commissions. LAFCO makes decisions, COGS makes decisions, and they're not, they don't do it, going back to the board. But on the other hand, what Colin's saying is correct, is like, the committees, whether it be a standing committee or an ad hoc, it's more of an advisory. We're doing two of us are on those committees usually, and we're doing a lot of the behind-the-scenes legwork on behalf of the board, but a decision's not being made unless it goes to the board.
But I think those regional boards and commissions, they have legislative authority that's sort of
Right.
written into the bylaws. I think those are the exceptions. So COG,
Right.
we just approved the arena on COG, and LAFCO is looking at some
Right.
controversial items.
Right. Sure.
I'm not saying they should
Right.
just give right that, because that wouldn't work, but just anything that's specific that's directly coming to us from a commission, I feel like
Under
should be just recommendations.
Yeah, under the governing authority of the Board of Supervisors.
Now, I
Right?
do
Which
think,
LAFCO and COG are separate.
I do think the planning commission is kind of a separate item, and I know you raised.
And we're gonna have that discussion,
Yeah,
and that's.
you raised
yeah.
the issue with that, but that's been a long-standing separate body. But we're gonna, like you say, that's gonna be something that we're gonna discuss, but that's kind of a separate
Yeah.
entity in my mind.
But they happen to be the commission that deals with the most controversial
True.
area. So that's where I'm like, it just doesn't for me, and I'm not
You
trying
talking
to.
about planning commission?
Yeah. So the fact that they do things that are to a certain extent binding, to a certain extent they're binding. To me, that's something that I just personally would like to look at, because I would prefer recommendations so that the board ultimately has authority over those issues. That's just me.
So really, that's our rationale then, that the board has authority over the advisory bodies, committees, and that they are here to make recommendations only, that you listen to them. Is that kind of what?
We'd have to look at it, and I'm not disagreeing. I mean, I see Supervisor Kozmicki's point, because sometimes these bodies become basically they get politicized, which gets kind of a little bit, I think, it makes it hard that to have good continuity and relationship. I think there's been an argument made by some planning commissioners that says that they really don't have enough authority because you have an administrative staff that kind of sets more direction than they do. So maybe that actually could give us more discretion as to how we make sure that the will of the board is the majority will, even in the planning commission process. But that sounds a little bit, I know I'm making it easier than said than done, because I know there's legal elements, and that's where Joel comes in. So, I mean, maybe it's just something we can dig deep into and find out a little bit more how it could be maybe more practically applied.
Yeah, because I'm comfortable with everything, but until we address the issue of the planning commission, because it does seem like a separate thing, and I mean, I for one would like to fully understand the whole process and what authority they have, they don't have, and what other jurisdictions do and things like that. So it does sound like, but I think everything but them for right now, and then they could be added in if that's the will of the board.
To make it simple.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Who makes the appointment to the various advisory boards? Does the chair do that?
The chair.
Well, and I would just put a caveat on that. I know, like, for instance, there's the CAB board. So when you come to the protocols, there are some adjustments that we're working on to address there's some old rules, there's old policies that are in place that we're just going to have to fine tune and tweak. But like in that case, there's a recommendation, and then the board approves that as an example. So I guess the answer would depend, but most of the time it is the chair for most of the ad hocs and some of the committees. But there are some that the board as a whole approve.
And some that individual supervisors,
Approve,
recommend or
appoint,
appoint.
right.
In fact, the planning commission, we appoint, but it does get approved by the full board, our recommendation.
So it feels a little bit like I'm not prepared to write a protocol, because there's a lot of pieces here that.
So it's just excluding certain, like, it sounds like Supervisor Dirks mentioned, maybe excluding the planning commission, LAFCO, and COG, since it wouldn't jive. But all the other ones, definitely, I mean, it's just at the end of the day, those are the ones that the Board of Supervisors has majority will over, or authority, and those are the ones that could be more just specific to advisory roles, and maybe just that's what we're talking about, which is defining what that means.
Okay.
And COG and LAFCO aren't really advisory, so I think I think Planning Commission fits mostly into advisory.
Right.
Right. But yeah, there's LAFCO, COG, AMBAG, CSAC, RCRC,
Yeah,
there's some, say,
And-
those I don't think, we're
Multi-jurisdictional.
not talking about
Yeah.
those. We're talking about ones that are specific to our county.
Right.
So maybe just get a list of specifics to just make it easier. And those are the ones that fall under
Right.
advisory.
They fall into different categories. Some are created as a function of state law, LAFCO and
Right.
COG, for example, where the Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments are created as a result of state law, and they have county representatives on them.
Right.
But, yes,
Monterey
exactly.
Bay Community Power is another one.
Yes, there are a
Great
powers.
powers.
There are a number of different bodies in which the
One
county
more.
has a representative, and they're not an agency of the county. And then there are county board committees, which may include other members that are appointed by the board in addition to board members. And then there are agencies that are created by the county that have appointed representatives, like the Parks and Recreation Commission. There's such a variety of them that it's hard to generalize.
Yeah, and then there's what we call ad hoc committees, which they're not permanent committees. Usually two of us are represented on ad hoc. For example, B and I are on a American Rescue Plan, ARPA, to discuss how we're gonna spend that money. We discuss it with staff, and then if we make what our preliminary decisions are, we'll come back to the full board and get full board approval or not, or what have you. What? And then the ad hocs are not. Are not. But then we have the Brown Act or standing committees that are public meetings. I'm on one with B, that's the county facilities, for example. It's a public meeting, and again, we do largely the same kind of a thing. We're coming to some decisions maybe, or some help guidance, but then it comes back to the board for a decision. We don't have the authority, of course, on our own to do anything.
So on an annual basis so I have two questions. One is, the people who make up that committee, are they appointed by the Board of Supervisors?
Usually by a vote, yeah.
By vote, okay. And do you also, as the chair, does the chair appoint board representatives to committees?
Yes.
Okay.
But the rest of the board votes on them.
Yeah, okay. All right, so it sounds like what would be helpful would be to have a list of what bodies are included in this discussion, right? And the main notion here is making sure that it's recommendations, right? That the recommendations are coming from these to the board, and that the board appoints members. So we'll write up something like that. Sound okay? All right.
Maybe just define the list so that we make sure that they're specifically advisory.
But I also would maybe just, as some more dialogue, is just, I know that when you first started, most of you, there were a lot of committees, there still are a lot. So I guess maybe having more dialogue with regards to having that many committees. I know there was discussions of potentially combining some committees to save staff resources. So I'm just looking at it from a different perspective, also looking at, the role of those and, from a staff perspective, from a, I guess I was just suggesting to the board, do you guys want to talk about that a little bit? Because I think that there was some concerns with that. I think the parks, I don't remember, those was not, the Parks and Rec, we've had, like maybe for you, for years, we would agendize the Parks and Rec and then nobody would show. We'd have a quorum. And so staff was spending a lot of time creating the agenda, putting things together. And so those were issues that were occurring.
We also have Veterans Memorial Commission, so that, I think that's part of it, is what
Right.
this overlaps.
Overlapping. So I don't know if that's some dialogue the board may want to discuss right now, since this is a topic of conversation.
Well, I know that I've raised before, you and I mentioned to you this quite a long time ago, but talk about staff time that you brought up. There's so many committee, I mean, we're all each on, at least 8, 9, 10 committees, I mean, separate from some of these other things. But then, staff has to be involved in theory on all of them.
Right.
And I made the comment to you, when the hell do you get anything done?
Yeah.
Because you're in all these committees. So it is a concern, although at the same time, the committees, in my mind, is where a lot of the work gets done. A lot of the legwork gets done. So, I don't know.
Right.
That's interesting, because that's really a case where you're not having staff is different than a lot of the larger counties.
Right.
Even in the old county has 2 staff people. And so they normally handle all of the backup and follow-up with committees that the supervisors. And I don't know how to thought about that. And here, this county staff has to do that.
Right.
Right.
And then the clerks, we're gonna clerk them, because they're standing committees, so when you actually look at all of the committees, those are all Brown Act committees, so then we have to go basically doing a full-blown board meeting almost at times, just a short board meeting. So.
I would personally prefer fewer committees, the standing committees, because I think that's really the issue when you have to get the clerk involved. And we have ad hocs that they're like a task force, basically. There's an issue that's a short-term issue, and the ad hoc certainly makes sense. But for me, I think it might be worth us having an open discussion maybe in an upcoming board meeting about which of the standing committees are essential and which ones can go by the wayside and let's move on. Not the ones that are sort of the institutional, the ones that involve the volunteers, the cab board, and those, you got to have those, and they have a specific function that's essential. I just feel like some of the standing committees I think we could do without personally. And to trust our staff. I mean, this stuff's going to come back to the board anyhow. It's not like it's being done secretively or something like that.
Well, and if we're looking at them as an advisory board, in advising us, maybe we need to look at more globally too. I had mentioned this before about all the nonprofits we have and other situations that we have in the county where are those same efforts being replicated, and maybe approaching those organizations and saying, would you be willing to come and do, maybe not once a month, but maybe once every other month, an update, a quarterly update, and just looking to see, where they might need our support from a county perspective, but making sure those things are getting addressed that we need addressed. And I think there's a lot of duplication in our county of services and addressing different needs. And if we were able to bring, people together and just, put everyone's effort in one direction instead of fractional effort and people duplicating those efforts, I think that would be beneficial to the whole community too.
So the action related to this is to bring something to a future board meeting?
Yeah, I think we need to look at and evaluate standing committees, because that's where a lot of our times.
Yeah, and part of it is, and I guess it was for legal reasons, we shifted at the beginning of this year. A lot of the ad hocs became standing committees,
Right.
and so suddenly they were much more involved.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether that can be relooked at, but I would agree with Colin. I think we probably should take a closer look at some of them, and maybe they're just not, necessary.
Yeah.
Or maybe meet much less frequently, or, something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. I think that we really start to attack those protocols, but being able to do it in the context of this really rich discussion about effective governance and the system has been, I think, really important, and also can influence certainly the way that we write up these protocols and bring them back to you. So what we'll be bringing back to you will be, again, the principles, the norms, and the beginning of the drafts of the protocols. And we captured a few actions too. We'll send your way, Ray. The last little feedback in your binder is really just to take a minute. I'm just going to have you jot down something in each one of these quadrants. Important things I learned today or had verified. Today's experience left me feeling. Questions I would still like answered are, and based on this session, the one thing I want to do at our next board meeting is, and it was right behind the PowerPoint. And so I'd just like you to jot down a few answers to those questions. It's really a reflective tool for you. And then I'm going to ask you if anybody wants to share in any one of those quadrants. Okay? But again, using this as a reflective tool.
Oh.
Okay, ready for some response here. I'm going to go to you, Bob, first, and you can share on all four or just one of them, whatever you'd like.
All right, well, they're all somewhat related, very broad statements. Important things I learned today or had verified, that we all pretty much agree on the same direction going forward. Today's experience session left me feeling better about us all working together as a team. questions I would like answered are, will this all make us a more effective board? And based on the session, the one thing I want to do at our next board meeting is see if we follow what we all just discussed and initially agreed to. It's easy to talk about it. Let's see if it actually happens.
All right. Thank you.
Sure.
B, I'm going to you next.
I'm going to keep mine to myself, thank you. Yeah, I'll go ahead and submit it to both you and Davis.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Peter?
Important things I learned today is a little bit about the inefficiencies that we're dealing with, right? And that's not a knock. It's just what I see is the kind of the struggles that we're having with communications with staff, auditor backlogs as examples. And then today's experience session left me feeling a little bit more focused and a sense of goal setting. And then questions I would like answered are, what are the next steps? Like, okay, where do we go from here? And then based on this session, the one thing I would want to do at our next board meeting is to help with that process. As the chair of the board, I want to help with the agenda and getting focused, right? Working with my CAO and my
Thank you, Peter. Colin, how about you?
Yeah, important things I learned, that it's important to verbalize and clarify expectations and be open about areas of needed improvement. Today's experience left me feeling optimistic we can work better as a board. Questions I'd like answered are protocols for interacting with staff and protocols for advisory boards. And then based on this session, the one thing I want to do at our next board meeting is be more efficient and focused in our discussions.
Thank you. Betsy?
So, based on the next session, I think the same thing as Supervisor Tiffany. Like, are we going to practice what we're talking about and agreeing to? And we'll have the opportunity in less than a week, so to test it out. So hopefully no one's forgotten as we move forward. That would be great. And then also too, today left me feeling satisfied and accomplished. I feel like we're moving in a better direction, and I feel good about that. And so, and I appreciate the facilitation that the both of you have done as well, and helping move us along towards that. And then I think it was just looking at the elements of government, of governance, about the important things that I learned today, and kind of to put into perspective, especially coming in the way that I did. So I appreciated that kind of global viewpoint of it. So I think that was really good. And I think it was really good for the public to hear too. I don't know how many people were paying attention. Was there anyone on Zoom? Oh, like how, can you ballpark it? Oh, okay. When you were nodding so vigorously, I was like, oh my gosh, is there like 100? No, 10. Okay, but still.
all from District 1.
I'm sure.
And they all had a shovel.
Yeah, and they're gonna knock on my door and ask me, "Where's the shovel? When's San Benito County pothole filling day? When's that coming?" In any case, yeah. And then just the next steps, just what Peter had said too, as far as questions I liked answered, but I'm willing to kind of just let that happen too. I don't need it answered per se. Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Betsy. And Ray, final words.
So for me, the things I learned today, it was, just for me, it was just hearing the open dialogue, being able to just put things on the table. I actually felt somewhat relieved, to be quite honest with you. That's how I felt. I also appreciated the board's concern about staff, and it was a kind of a unison kind of feeling, I think, from the board, that you really felt concerned about the workload and making sure that really considering or wanting to consider whatever you're going to put on the table for discussion. You have concerns of staff and other things. So I thought that was nice to hear, as well as the honesty piece from my part. I think it's from a self-evaluation point of view. Being more honest, like, yeah, I'm not going to be able to do that, or we're not going to be able to do that, and being more honest with the board. I think that was clearly spoken. So I like that. My experience, let me see here. Today's experience session left me feeling good. I felt good. It was nice, like I said, to put things out in the open, to be able to contemplate these items and not try to get through an agenda item. Because typically, we're always trying to kind of get through, things come up, but we're not really able just to tackle procedurally, protocols, you know, the norms, all of those things from a governance point of view. It's always about, okay, we got an action item, we got to get focused on moving things. So that was nice. The questions I would like to have answered, how to tie this in or the governance manual into operations, from an operational point of view, working with the department heads and staff on how we can then process this. And then for the next board meeting, I read this as the next meeting that we're going to have. So that's how I viewed it. I would like to see it more in a casual setting, so maybe we can have it in a different environment where we can sit down and work a little bit differently, maybe not with ties, maybe you know, more of a business casual kind of environment. So that's
how I came dressed.
what I thought, you know. So sandals, you know, you got,
Okay.
yeah, bring your tennis racket. You know? No, but I think maybe having a more of that kind of environment, I think would be good. Maybe we can have it at the sheriff's building in the conference room the next time. So that would be my thought.
Awesome.
Thank you. That's great. And I agree. I mean, one of the things Davis and I talked about is that the degree of discussion that we really want to support and to be able to really have those conversations are much better in a more informal setting where we can be kind of around a table together. So if that can happen, I think that would be wonderful. Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Davis, and then Peter, you're going to be up after that. So.
Well, I just wanted to thank you very much for everything today. I have to tell you, as I listened to the discussion, I was very impressed by the quality of the discussion and obviously the commitment that each of you have to San Benito County. That's really nice to see. I think as you work together as a board, fulfilling the governance responsibilities, you're going to be amazing. I think it's going to be a great board, and I think it's going to be one that you're all going to like being a part of. So thank you for letting us share this time with you, and we'll see you next time.
So the next, yes, thank you so much. This was, it was good. It was really enlightening. I mean, it's to have this sense of working together, gives me optimism that the county's going to be working very focused, and ultimately the community's going to see the outcomes of a working board of excellent governance. So, and this is much needed, right? This is new to our county, and we have the next one, June 21st, right? So that'll be a follow-up. I believe it'll be a half day, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's the
we'll
plan.
probably finish up with the last couple items, correct? So all that being said, first, public comment.
Public comment, if you don't mind.
Can we?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay. Open up to the board if you guys have any further comments, final thoughts.
I'll just say that, yeah, thank you very much. I mean, I've been through similar kind of things, whether, retreat or what have you. A lot of times you walk away, you don't feel a lot was accomplished, frankly. I thought this was really good, partly just because the five of us could, and Ray could, talk a lot about issues. And so you guys leading the way on all that was very, very helpful, and I'm very optimistic going forward. Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you again, and I appreciate the facilitation and your knowledge and background and bringing it to us in a way that did help us move through issues and feel like, I felt like it was a work session in a way too, because we were able to put into place kind of what you were telling us, to do as well. So I appreciated that. Thank you.
And I just want to add, I had put down satisfied. I felt satisfied, but I didn't know if I could say that. But I'm glad somebody else articulated that. I felt there were lofty goals that we were looking at to achieve. And I didn't want to sound all haughty and, pompous or anything like that. But everything that was covered today and hearing the genuine voices from the supervisors, it reaffirmed that there is hope and we can change from what we've had. And so just thank you. It's a nice way to cap off my year as being chair. It just reaffirms we're going in the right direction. And so I thank you very much for what you brought. I look forward to the second half, and I'll share my evaluation, but that just pretty much is what it was. I just didn't want to sound like I was coming from a ungrateful perspective, but I am. Thank you.
I'll just say great job.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Davis. Thank you, Babs. So, all that being said, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Have a good evening, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.